What is up, everyone? I'm Dave. He's
I'm
Steve.
Steve.
Insert Revolution podcast episode 2. Uh, Hopefully a little smoother tonight. I don't know. Maybe not as long. Who knows? It just depends on the flow of the conversation and um, what we get everybody in here when people start showing up. If they show up, if they do, they do. If they don't, they don't.
Then we'll
Um,
talk.
we're good at that. Tonight we got, I think, three topics we'll eventually get to. Try to work this out too. We did a little impromptu, I think, yesterday?
No, we did that Friday night, I think.
Days all blend together. Just to look around the site a little more, see what happens, see what we can use for tools, especially me being on the phone. There's not a lot of fanciness, I guess, for lack of a better word, that we can use for like integrating. I know that spreadsheet, I want to show that, and especially pertaining to one of tonight's questions that we'll eventually get to. But what's the week been like for you? Anything pop up and card wise?
No, when you and I caught up on Friday, I showed you the one that I alluded to in the last episode. You know, what I considered a steal.
Yep.
You know, losing the first one for what I considered for more than what it should have gone for. And then another one selling for really cheap, which, is always one of those disappointing moments.
Mm-hmm.
But a guy listed it for a buy it now best offer right under $50. And, I tried to go lower than the lowest. It doesn't hurt to try, right? Instant decline. But, that's the next, what I would call a bigger ad. So now that's just leaving the two, the mirror gold and the premium stock mirror red. So knocking them out small bits at a time. Just got to be patient, right? And hope that they show up.
Well, that's the thing with those. I know you said you lost that mirror gold semi-recently. 2 of them.
2.
Have you seen that premium stock one pop at all recently?
I think the last time you and I stumbled across one was sometime last year. And if memory serves me right, I mean, it still went for a chunk of change.
Yeah, those, you don't see them often. If you collect baseball and if you collect hockey only, they're not in there. That's a football only deal. They have the regular premium stock, and then they have the mirror reds, which are numbered or stated print run of 20.
Yep.
So, I mean, if you come across one of any player, pick it up if it's cheap, because again, you'll be able to tell. It's sort of like the 97 mirror gold and totally certified mirror gold, where that's like the rings in there, and then the mirror gold's just sort of the refractor. That's all it's got. But again, those are impeccable.
Yeah, I think if I'm not mistaken, I don't want to get in too much of a habit of, showing too much stuff by any stretch of the imagination. I had to pull out a few stacks real quick. I've got like the regular premium stock.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, it's a pretty parallel. Well, if you want to call it a parallel. I mean, it's pretty.
I'm going to have to dig. I know I got to find, like I said, that Collins box. I think amongst all my stuff, I've got my Collins semi-readily available. And I think I've got the mirror, or the premium stock mirror red silver swirls. With a subset near the end of the set after the rookie. So,
yeah, who knows where it is in here. I know my stuff is in alphabetical order by Beckett, but sometimes it's like I've pulled a few things out just to kind of focus on some of the topics that we wanted to cover tonight. So I've got a few stacks in certain places so I can easily kind of grab something. So I didn't have to force myself to overly reintegrate what I have sitting over here.
I can't believe it. You said numerous times to me off camera that the PD boxes are locked and loaded for various years from what, 95 to 98?
So I have 95 through 98, and then I pulled out the 99 through 01, which is over here behind me, not behind me, in front of me. And then the other box is 02 through 2019. And that's, of course, when a lot of his card counts drop. So there's a lot more room to grow in there. But as I was sitting here thinking, and I know you're still wanting the TDPC showcase, and that's still on my list to do. It's trying to block out ample amount of time to sit there and try and knock out a few videos to where I can upload one day, and then a few days later I can upload the next one, things along those lines. But I started thinking, since I have it broken up by year, which is the way I'm going to do the videos, at least for the base, insert parallels, that type of stuff. The autos, patches, and all that other kind of stuff, I'll probably do like a patch video, and then I'll do an auto video, which will probably be damn near an hour just for the autos. I was debating on whether or not I should revamp how I have this sorted. If I should just do all my base in a box, because I could probably fit it all in one box, and then my inserts and parallels by year in the other two boxes. But then that would make things a little bit more difficult to do a video. I'm trying to think of other ways to kind of position these boxes, because they're full. At least two of them are full.
See, I like going everything together. Like 90, let's say 95 Bowman's Best. I want to have the base and the refractor. The collector's choice update, I want to have the rookie, I want to have the silver, I want to have the gold. And then I want to have, I don't know if he's in that You Crash the Game, the AFC West. He's part of that. Because there's, I think, all 5 teams on every card had their a respective player. And then the gold version.
I think he's in 98. I think that's the only. I know for sure he's in 98 because I happen to stumble across those. And the varying colors, of course. I have no golds. Those have still eluded me. And then is it 98? They also had the back-to-back ones? Or am I thinking something different? I'm thinking something different. Never mind. So what I came across was something different. Sometimes I start like
you start meshing everything and molding everything together.
Yep.
Yeah, that the Crash the Game. I think for a couple of years, the update in 95 had the divisions, so it made it a little easier to win. But like 94, 95, the original series, or the early base series, I guess it were, 96 and I think 97 all just had the single player, but then it had like the date. It had like December 8th against whatever team. You had to score the touchdown to get the bonus card or whatever the hell it was.
So you're talking about that?
Yeah, that would be it. That would be the one.
Yep. That's the only one I have.
There's a better running back on there,
though. No.
Some nature on means action there, because I think that one won it.
But then you talked about, the silver and then the gold.
Yeah. Which, again, I think those are still vastly underrated.
Yep.
And that's
one of my all-time favorite cards, man.
I missed out on a Martin the other night. I was looking to get one, and but there's a couple other cards of that player that I'm looking at a little harder. Are going to command the money I need to be putting away. That Mirror Gold's going to be there. 95. That rookie, it's gorgeous. but you can find them out there. That's not
Oh yeah.
it's like a super limited card. That was one of the lots last night too. I think there's two of them in there. It's probably a 12 card lot. I want to say it went over like $100.
For Curtis Martin?
Two Curtis Martins, and I mean there's others like Aikman. I think was in there. Elway, some of the
Oh,
big
okay.
stars, but
Okay.
I was shocked at that that price point. Again, I know they do well, but again, this isn't the 96. This isn't the 97.
It isn't, but that's the first 95 is the test issue, if you want to call it, so to speak, of the whole mirror gold thing. I like the 95 and the 96 better than I do the 97.
No, I'm in agreement.
There's
The
some
95 or so that shine hasn't been replaced.
no. No, because 97, not trying to take away from it by any stretch of the imagination. They're beautiful cards. I mean, we've talked about that numerous times. They are gorgeous cards. But at the same time, it's like they took a step back in the way that they kind of created the mirror. Now, if you want to talk about mirror reds, I actually like the 97 more. For whatever reason, I think the red actually transferred better from 96 to 97 than the gold did. That's just my opinion, though.
Well, that and everybody's so misinformed. I've seen, because I looked up mirror gold, because I mean, that's one of the common searches I've had for 15, 20 years, just to look up mirror gold, because you always knew it was something limited.
Right.
But everybody thinks that just because 96 is stated print run is 30, that all of a sudden that the 97 ones are the exact same. It's not. It's not even close.
No.
Because again, it was the original stated print one was what, 30, 45, 90?
In 97 or 96?
96. Because I think
that sounds right, Dave. I know reds were 90. I know golds were 30.
I swear that the blues then would have been 45.
Well, you know what? I could probably go look to see, because I bet you I still have the one in my history. And I think because of who I got it from, it's notated as such. Because, everybody wants to think 50, and it's not 50.
No.
Yeah, so red 90.
Because I know the hockey ones are more limited, but they also had a lot less product distributed too. Because again, football pretty much at that time was king. Good baseball there too, but I mean football was top of the world. Where are you? Finding certified. Struggling mightily. There we go.
Well, this actually shows as 50.
Okay.
But then again, take that for a grain of salt.
Yeah, some of the time, like that guy we looked at or we bought stuff from that TNT guy, it seems like he'll have 50 of them in a couple months span. So again, you never know how much of that stuff's backdoored, but again, everything matches up with the back has to have that mirror red, and then in the back it's the flip, the mirror of the mirror red.
Yep, it's the flip.
So if you don't see right there, it says like mirror red below the stat, that's something you gotta be advised about. You can't just go in there and, oh, it's mirror, and then you get it, nothing in the back. That's 100% fake card, or that's a backdoor card.
Yep.
There's a lot of that era, that the Pinnacle, Donruss, Lee, Fleer, that's one of the worst things about that era. is when they all went bankrupt. They had big bankruptcy sales, so you're going to see a lot of stuff Pacific as well. You see a
Yep.
lot of that stuff that's cool out there. Like, oh, there's a premiere date, but it's not numbered, or whatever, a gold board or some other, the Revolution Shadow series, something like that's not numbered because those are test cards or they were stuff for replacements.
Right.
So finding them, it's like, oh, that's great. But then when you see something with a no serial number on it, that's something that was supposed to be possibly at the time a replacement card that should have eventually been damaged after whatever number of years. But unfortunately, half these card companies went up within the 3 4 years, so they're all trying to
Well,
sell off
and
assets and make
I
money.
I do have, and I've kind of I cheated on this one in my spreadsheet, but it's one of those. So our favorite set.
Mm-hmm.
This is the Spectrum. Okay, Spectrum Parallel is a 101, right?
Yep.
What's it missing?
Seems to be a serial number right above him.
Yep. But the listing was a replacement, and it was a replacement for said card. So obviously, now got to take it for a grain of salt. You're basing it off of what somebody says. Obviously, what the individual said, he pulled the Spectrum 101. It was extremely damaged, and he sent it in, and that's back when customer service was a thing, and they actually took care of the customer, and that was the replacement, but it was missing the serial number. And knowing that that was the story, I took a chance because something from 98, I mean, I know there's still probably 98 SPX boxes out there that are probably sitting, collecting dust or in the bottom of a river or a lake or something along those lines too, random storage. But to me, that was worth the chance based on what the individual said, because a lot of the customer service components, at least during that time, like I said, when they actually cared, it wasn't uncommon for them to, I don't want to say reissue because that would cost too much money, but in the event that there were issues in the pack out process and something was in fact damaged, they had ways to provide a comparable replacement of equal lesser value player, or in that case, he swears he got that as the replacement for the 101. So I cheated. It's marked on my spreadsheet as the 101.
And for that, you said, yeah, there could be some 98 SPX out there, but guess what? You'd be paying a ton because Manning's in there, Taylor, Randy Moss, all the Elway, Favre, Emmett, all the Marino, all the big names are in there. So I mean, it's not like one particular player is carrying the set. It's a lot of stuff and a lot of different avenues are going downwards. Like, you're not paying $50 a box. You're probably paying 250, 300 minimum.
I haven't looked. Every once in a while, I'll kind of do searches for that because, there's times in which I'd like to relive the 90s and open some of that product. But, sometimes it's not feasible. So you got to look for your shittier rookie class, and 98 is definitely not one of those.
No, 97 would be the one to look at, but then a lot of the inserts that drive it, like, again, we talked about last week, the clear metal, those PMGs, it's like, okay, I want to get a box of that because I like that design, but I can't because, you might get a PMG. Well, you're probably not going to. That's the thing.
Yeah, and paying that kind of money, it's not worth the cost. It's not worth the risk at all.
No, because if you get left with a fire enhanced part or a teal green something or another, just like an insert, you're going to be pretty horned off because again, or Joey Galloway is going to be your one per box insert. Yeah, that's you spend five,
Four.
six, $700 on a box and you get a $2 Joey Galloway. It's your best card. You're going to be.
Oh yeah, you're gonna be pissed, big time. Yep.
But that's too what. And again, I love when people do that. They have the balls to rip open that stuff, try to get something. Because who knows what they pull for us? Maybe there's a TD in there that you don't have, or Bledsoe or Martin or Keyshawn for me. But at the same time, I don't want to hear those people complain.
Right.
Like, oh, I didn't get the PMG. Well, it doesn't say you're going to get one per box, or it wouldn't be the prices they're at. That's
No, if they were one per box, they would be three times what they're selling for now, at a minimum. Because even a no name rookie is still fetching a few $100s. Not that it's the big name guys that are fetching 1,000, 1,200, those type of players. But even a crappy rookie, you're still going to be paying a few $100s for it, whether you want to or not.
It's still going to cost you some money. All these years later, he'll cost you still some more money. So I guess that's a decent segue into that. Because you and I have talked multiple times. We sort of have our own, I won't say agenda or budget, but I mean, if there's something out there that we either haven't seen in a long while or something, and we'll get to this other question later in the show, you don't remember seeing.
Hold on. Let me mute this so you're not filling your ears.
Stop it.
You can keep talking.
Okay. So again, if it's something we don't know is out there, or we know is out there, but again, you look in the past eBay stuff, the listings, you don't see anything. You've looked on the message boards, you're on Facebook, you've looked on there, you've looked on all these sites, and you see something that you know that you haven't seen in years, not just like weeks, years. For myself, I don't really have a price in mind. That's
All your clothes are in there.
Josh Johnson, Kerry Collins, Jason Morrow, and even with him, I don't know. I look to pick up his stuff, but again, I know the market now is completely soft. There's no Viagra in the Jason Morrow market, so I try to come back to earth some of the pricing on that. But I mean, with Collins, North, Stone, and Johnson, the four that I'm always, if there's something I haven't seen of them, it's something that I didn't even know existed. So that's stuck with those guys for Johnson for the least amount of time, but the other three for 15 plus years, Collins for 22. So again, if I know something's out there, I'm gonna go for it. But if I don't, that's when the game gets ramped up a bit. Like the bidding, your eyes start to see the dollars coming because you know it's a goal. It's go for it.
Well, for me, I mean, I'm along the same lines as you are. Me being player specific only, no deviation. I really do kind of gauge the activity and what it's sitting at during the time in which something's been listed.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how I ultimately kind of formulate a number. However, it's still one of those in which there really is no budget. I don't go to the point to where it's like buyer's remorse.
Mm-hmm.
I've never once had buyer's remorse on anything. But at the same time, there is such a thing as excessive.
Mm-hmm.
And
Just caught up with the heat of the moment.
there's been a few times, something extremely rare, and I haven't had it much per se with the insert parallel type stuff as of yet, because a lot of the stuff that I'm really focusing on is, we won't call it like rare the rare. I mean, I always look for stuff like that, but some of the stuff I've kind of been really gauging is like the mid to low tier stuff that it's, for whatever reason, I haven't been able to pick up in collections or anything along those lines. But if, let's say, something is, like you alluded to, something you hadn't seen in, years, 4, 5, 6, 7 years type situation, and it's got a day left and it's sitting at, 60, 70, $80, then, typically I look at double what it is at that point. And for me, I always wait to the last minute.
Mm-hmm.
If it's one of those in which if I win, great, it was destined, it was meant to be. If I don't, it's like, okay, now I need to rethink my strategy for the next time in the event that something happens. Knowing that you lose it for $1.50, $2 more than what you bid, that's not truly what the other person who won it, that's what they bid up to. So it's one of those in which you kind of have to take a step back and put yourself in their shoes and think of, okay, maybe what's their philosophy behind it. But, at the same time, I look at what it is at the 24-hour left mark, and whatever it is, I usually double it. And I don't stick with the normal numbers,
Mm-hmm.
145.50, 127.75.
Yep.
I do, like 167.97 or some weird something along those lines. I don't stick with the fives,
No.
because that's what the majority of people do, is they stick with the fives. And a win is a win, even if it's by 57 cents. A win is a win. And for something that you need to plug holes, it doesn't matter.
That's what it was. I don't know how many months ago now, 3, 4 months, where that Josh Johnson superfractor came up. And I was sitting there thinking in my mind, okay, I want to go top end like 115. I'm like, I'll be happy there. So I bid, I think, with like, the rare time that I bid without like 3 seconds left, it was like 10 seconds. And I bid like 135. I jumped to 138. Somebody had bid right after me. So then I put like 250 in, just because I'm not going to lose this card.
Right.
Because there's times when again, it depends on what you can afford. That's
Absolutely.
first and foremost. Don't go card broke. I mean,
What's that?
I don't know what that is. Why I've got holy socks, and I don't mean church socks. But sort of portion out. Don't, if you see a big card come up, don't sit there and buy like, unless again you can afford it. Don't buy like $30, $40 cards leading up to that, and then shit, I can't afford this big card that I really want because I've literally blown your wad on all this other periphery shit that you really don't need, or you can get at a later time.
So remember when I got this,
Mm-hmm.
and you knew that I'd won it, and you knew how much I paid for it,
Mm-hmm.
and you sent me a few things, and it's like, yeah, I've got it on the watch list. It's definitely something that I need, and it wasn't expensive. It's not like it was, but I have a budget.
Yeah.
And I stick within that budget. And if I don't spend something 1 month, so to speak, from a budgetary perspective, the next month that budget increases by that month and the previous month. That's why I'm able to get some of these bigger cards. But that's also why a lot of the pickups are a lot more sporadic, because I stick to a said budget, because we're trying to do better when it comes to expenses and things along those lines. So it's all about being smart. And we've seen people come and go because they come in with a ball of fire, and they're, group breaks, and they're these huge $300 and $400 and cards, and then all of a sudden, a few months later, you're going, what happened? And it's
Or like a
because
month later, you start seeing the for sale videos. Back in the day, you did. Now on Facebook, you probably see that more so than YouTube, because you'd see them come in, join Nick's breaks, join Ryan's breaks, join Truthy's breaks, Denny's breaks. You have all these breaks. It's like, that's great. You're supporting the community, but you are digging a hole very quickly. You're not going to end up in China.
no,
You're going to end up in horrendous debt, and people. And that's one thing too that I want to get to as well. Like, you don't need to come on here and oppress people. If you want to be YouTube famous, you can do that in so many other ways. Do it that way. If you
right,
truly love cards, come on here, share your knowledge, share your love of the hobby. Don't sit here and come in and like, oh, I got a Acuna PSA 10 bat down. Well, that's great. I mean, nobody's patting you in the back. I mean, that's a very highly populated card. But again, if you come in and you integrate yourself within the community, do it that way.
right,
Comment on people's videos. Make some videos just showing what you have. It doesn't need to all be Gem Mint 10 Trouts or Lucas or stuff like that, because again, that's you're probably not doing it because you love those cards. You're doing it because you want notoriety from the other people in the community that. And again, these people are the people. For me personally, I don't want notoriety from. I don't need the people with 10, 15,000 subscribers. Those
right.
people don't give a shit about me. Phil's Pools doesn't give a shit about me. Packer
No.
Fan 87 doesn't give a shit about me. Jabs Family, Sports Card Investor, all these people that are people that want money and don't want to be part of the community. Those are the people I don't want to be part of, because they don't give two shits about me on the bottom of their shoe when they walk by.
Right. Well, it's the one focus. It's what's great and what's new now. What's the hot stuff.
Yeah.
And we as collectors, okay, so I'm only speaking for myself, but I have a feeling you probably think the same way. But if you were to win the lottery tomorrow, your focus would be, okay, there's a shit ton of big cards for XYZ player collection. Which ones do I go for first? If that was your only focus. Okay, me, I want to be set up for life, but at the same time, you want to blow some money. Okay, let's be real. We all want to blow some money. But, I'd be looking for my PMG. I'd be looking for my essential credential. Something that, right now will never be in the budget.
Mm-hmm.
And get something that I've always wanted, I would have type situation. And then whatever happens in the future. And of course, my dog's going to go crazy again. Hopefully he doesn't bark too bad. But, at the same time, I'm thinking about future though, too. But I'm not going to go buy a crap ton of cases.
No.
Post them on, the tube and hope for something great and wonderful. I used to do that, and yes, I enjoyed the shit out of it. But that's also some of my years of regret, though, too, because I could have had more stuff, like this, Now, to some people, this is like, okay, yeah, great, it's a finest refractor, but it is numbered to 75, which seems like a high grade or a high serial number, but that's a Gem 10. These are condition sensitive. And I should have focused on stuff like that, stuff for the Terrell Davis collection, more so than what I did busting cases, busting boxes, and hoping to get my money back, because it's like playing the lottery. It's high it's a waste, and nothing I can do to change it. But you know, it is what
Yeah,
it is.
if you're not like a, and again, this is something I just can't wrap my head around because this is how I've usually or always been. Inserts and players; those are the two things I've always liked. More so in the last 5 years with the vintage player patches. That's what I really get into as well. But I'm like, how do you spend, let's say, right now, 350, 400 bucks in Topps Chrome Jumbo Box for baseball? You get 5 autos in there. Of those 5 autos, who's going to be good? More than likely, nobody. You might have a flash in the pan where you can get like 40, 50 bucks for it. You're not going to hit, and I know he's not in there, but like a Jason Dominguez, the big Yankees prospect that's coming.
Yeah.
You're not going to hit him. They're not going to litter the product with so everybody gets it. That's going to be your super short print guy. And that's what I've never understood about the football. It's like, okay, again, you buy a 5-star box in 2011. You want to get the Cam Newton. You want to get him. You're not going to have that chance, though. You're going to be pulling, I think it's 2010, so it's like a Marty Gilliard or somebody like that. You're going to pull more of those players. And you're going to pay 200 bucks for the box. Why not just put, or say, okay, I got 200 bucks here. I need another 150, whatever Cam Newton was at the time. Put that next month's or whatever week, whatever you have for money, put that towards that Newton.
Yep.
You are going to feel so much better when we said it last week too, when you get the card you really want, instead of trying to pine and open up box after box, case after case, getting a group break after group, spending all that money. Again, if it's done right, Brad, 8671, he's like the master of the group break.
Oh, he's doing well. Yeah, he's doing well.
He's not buying into like, oh, I need to buy the Bengals and the 2020 products because Joe Burrow's in it. No, he's looking at checklists and he's looking at pricing there, the best bang for your buck. So if you do it right like him and you get a pretty decent return, you're doing it right.
Yep.
But somebody that's just constantly going through the motion of just trying to rip wax or get into breaks to get the main card they want, that's a hell of a ride where you're not going to have any peaks. You're going to have a lot of valleys and a lot of regrets and a lot of just like bitterness to the hobby because of a choice you made and knowingly made instead of making a choice where it's like, yeah, I might not get that high if I get a Brett Favre out of a 5, but you know what? That Cam Newton rookie patch to whatever 20, that auto patch, I want that more than anything, but I'm not willing to just focus on that instead of trying to be everybody's friend or spend an inordinate amount of money to get that card or hope to get that card.
And I think a lot of it has to do with the rush, that anticipation. And you know, that was the high for me, was the anticipation of pulling something big. And I've had my fair share of pretty big pulls, nothing to the extent of what some of these group breakers have been pulling that people have gotten, you know, upper thousands of dollars, which is just ridiculous for modern. We're not going to get into that subject again because that took us down a rabbit hole. Yeah. But you know, I enjoyed it, but at the same time, you know, like I said earlier, you know, it really is a very large regret for me. And this was even prior to the whole YouTube thing. Outside of a few sets, Topps Chrome being one of them, you know, I'd buy my case or I'd buy a substantial number of boxes to try and build a set because I didn't care about the autographs. I mean, I really didn't. I cared about the set and I cared about the refractors. Mm-hmm. End of conversation. And outside of Topps Chrome, there was only one other product that I ever bought a case of prior to my YouTube days. And I love that product. If I could find more of it, I'd buy more of it. 2008 gridiron gear. That was probably one of the funnest breaks that I've ever had because, and I bought a master case.
Okay.
So 16 boxes is a master case. It came in 2 8-box cases. And I don't remember what the guarantee per 8-box case was. But, and yes, the rookie patches were not game used, but then again, since when has a rookie patch ever been game used? But they did the patches right.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they, even with the small patch windows that they had and the variations for the rookies, they were patches. There were very, very few single color patches in that product. And it was well done. But outside of that, I mean, I bought an '07 Exquisite case, hoping to get the Adrian Peterson. What did I get? A whole lot of freaking nothing. I did pull a Craig Davis 101, which, you know, fetched a few $100s. And I did get a nice quad auto redemption. I did get some nice stuff, but nothing compared to what I spent. I wasn't anywhere close. So, you know, it is what it is.
Yeah, the rush is great. I mean, but then when you look at what you have afterwards, and you're like, huh, let me check the old receipt again. Okay,
Yeah.
let's see how that's going to play out and try to start. It's like, I'm guessing immediately if it's people like us, not worth poor by any means, but we're not the upper echelon sitting there with their pinkies out and drinking cognac all the time. It's when we get those types of purchases, we truly value them because it's, again,
Yep.
something we've worked hard for, and it's hard earned money. It's not just a silver spoon baby or a trust fund kid or somebody that's 25 getting an allowance of $5,000 a month or something.
I'll take that. You know, somebody wants to give me that, I'll take it.
I'm in the same boat. Could really bump up the collection then, but yeah,
Absolutely.
the bigger stuff we buy, it's stuff that we really want.
Yep.
We're not just buying $300-400 cards, 500, whatever we spend, just because that looks nice or that's the sign of the times, the market rate. No, it's
No.
if we're paying, I'd say over 100. That's or even over 50. I'll go over 50. It's something that we really have put thought into, and not just haphazardly. Whatever. I'll just blindly bid done.
Yeah. No.
No, so I mean that's where people back to our the little question that was it's budget what you can afford. If you see something up, if you can try to flip some things that you don't want, try to do that to maneuver money towards whatever you're looking for. And then again, it depends on the card, depends on the player, depends on the person collecting. But if you're like us and you see something that, like if the top stars 98, like a luminary, the hollow to 5,
Oh
you
yeah.
see that, you're getting half the. That's going to be your card probably for the month if you're on one of our types of budgets. But again, when you get that card, you will be on top of the moon and you'll be dancing with Neil, Louis, and Lance Armstrong all there with the flags, because those cards don't come around. Like the PMGs, the essential credentials, the showcase masterpieces, the ultra masterpieces, the top stuff. I know it's the luminaries, but I mean there's a couple other sets from that 98 that have the 5 parallel, the hollow
Yeah.
flow. I think there's like 3 different insert sets. But that type of stuff, when they pop up, A, be ready yourself, and B, be ready for everybody else to come out of the woodwork too. 'Cause you
Oh
got to
yeah.
remember, eBay's a worldwide thing. It's not just wherever you're at. Like your town, they know about eBay, nobody else, because you're gonna have either competition from the new money, competition from the old money. I mean, it's stuff like that brings everybody out. It's like the carnival. Everybody wants to see it.
No, and that's the best way to put it too, because be prepared, bring your wallet,
Mm-hmm.
and and then you've got on the flip side, you have those individuals. Now, granted, Terrell Davis is in the Hall of Fame. Okay, I get it, but then you have like I said, the flip side of that, you have individuals that have stuff that are listed, cards from the late 90s, numbered to 5,
Mm-hmm.
for $1,500, $2,000. Buy it now, best offer. And most people are not even going to try. I mean, what's the point in putting it up there? If you're actually going to list something, the whole purpose of listing something is to sell it. You putting it up there at that high of a price, I get it. There's only 5 in the world. You can somewhat dictate what you want for it, but that to me indicates that you really don't want to sell it.
Mm.
If you did, you would at least make it somewhat competitive to where more people would take interest. It's not a PMG.
No.
It's not an essential credential. It's a Bowman Chrome, golden anniversary, refractor number to 5. I get it. Rare card. I get it. But it's not the PMG, the essential credential. So you gotta keep it in some sort of perspective. And that's, this is me personally, because I don't own one. Yes, I want one. Yes, I would love to have it. But when you price it to that extreme, most people aren't even going to be willing to put forth a best offer or engaging in those conversations, because you're just going to walk away disappointed. Mm-hmm. Because there's going to be no budging. There's going to be no conversation piece. It's, I have it up at this. This is about what I'm willing to take for it. And if it's so far-fetched and it's so much higher than a PMG or an essential credential, serial number to 5 or not, most people aren't going to pay that.
No. Especially not with, again, more of the new. It's I don't know. It's tough now because you get the basketball people and they're paying ridiculous amounts for those Prism Silvers. I get the early stuff. I get the Giannis. I don't know if it's 12-13 or 13-14. I think 12-13.
The first year that Prism came out, whatever year that is. I'm not going to claim to know.
Yeah. But I mean, I get that because that was more of a limited run. They weren't going balls out like they are now. But again, then you can't find anything anywhere. I mean, I'd love to just get a couple blasters, rip them, and okay, I'm done. You can't find anything around here. But people are paying that kind of money. So I don't know. Some of these other people are keen to the hobby. They're like, well, that's numbered to 5. That doesn't have any ink on it or a patch or whatever. It's got to be worth a ton more because it's actually numbered to something. When in all reality, you're not getting the same people looking at it. Eventually, that may happen. Eventually, everybody may phase out, go back to gambling on horses and basketball and sports. Who knows? In these uncertain times of 2020, anything is possible.
Yeah, I was going to say anything goes.
So again, you think that like the old Upper Deck game jersey autos.
Yep, I have a few of them.
Like those ones, and then you had the jersey numbered ones. I don't know if they did them in football. I've got the baseball. Okay,
hand numbered.
Yep, because I got a Manny Ramirez to 24, and like you think those would be a lot more expensive. I mean, man, there's only so much of those. It's auto, serial numbered, jersey, and it's not. And that's for like a collectors like us, that just doesn't at times make sense because we're so stuck in the mid '90s, late '90s, like that jersey card, '96 Upper Deck, those footballs in '96 Collector's Edge. What was it?
Uh,
Was it at Collector's Edge Advantage? Because I can remember them, and there was like the Super Bowl game balls, stuff like that.
well, then you have 95.
No, that's '96.
It's in my 95 stack. Oh, nope. There's my separator. So, yep, that is 96. Sorry.
So I mean, like those when those came out, that was the bee's knees. It's like holy crap. What's going on, Mike? That you saw that, and it's like I'm gonna pay whatever it takes to get one of those ball cards. I remember Don West just creaming his jeans when that Jerry Rice out of like 99 Advantage was pulled. I mean, he was screaming that's a $120 card. Again, it wasn't, but you got excited because I mean they're putting more and more pieces that's the field or the
Right.
game into the product. We're
Right.
now, and again we discussed this last time. They got away from it now because they so oversaturated the market in the 2000s, the early 2010s, and they was trying to get blood from a turnip. They weren't going to do it anymore. Nobody cared because how many rookie premier things can you have of Isaiah Pete? Nobody cares.
Well, and then you started having products, so like, piece of the game starting to come out, which it was strictly, memorabilia focused. When you allude to the whole saturation of the market, 2002 is the first thing that comes to mind as it pertains to a card product specifically geared towards memorabilia. Piece of the game, that's all it was jersey and football and varying quarter parallels. Then you had the duels. Some had jerseys, some had jersey and football. It's like, how much do you want to just... I get it, it was the new thing to do, but at the same time, outside of the card design in certain situations, that doesn't require a whole lot of thought or creativity.
And you look at, and I go to baseball, I think the 01 private stock had one of those per pack. Most of it was a bat or a jersey. And there wasn't a lot of, the design was really plain, mundane. But again, there was like $20 a pack, and then you got that piece of the action. It's like, well, that's great, but now everybody's starting to see that, man, you're really jumping every set instead of the cool inserts and technology, serial numbered stuff you're getting there. That's all being replaced by, here's a Rich Aurelia bat, Wayne bat jockstrap. I mean, who cares? It just, and again, I bought into some of that. I mean, it's cool. You see patches, and like then you start to get the old guys in there. That's cool. I don't need to see everything with Kerry Collins, Ron Dane, Amani Toomer, and whoever else they decide, Jason Sehorn, to put on a quad card. That's cool, but I don't need it not numbered at all. Because those should be numbered. Anything that's a dual should be numbered to something fairly limited.
Well, and in certain instances they did, but later on it's like they completely took that out of consideration. It was just like, okay. And what's sad is there wasn't even stated print runs on a lot of that stuff though either. You look at some of the older 90s stuff. Now, we have to take it for a grain of salt based on, what information was fed to Beckett or what their research alluded to as they were looking at things. But no stated print runs. So you're sitting there going, okay, so you're telling me there could be 10,000 of these? And why am I paying $10 for something that could have 10,000 copies? So you've got the other side of the spectrum to where, if you're going to flood the market with something like that, because that's the latest and greatest and newest thing, it takes away from people like you and I, for instance, and consistently takes us back to, what some of the focus is of the parallels and the inserts, because none of that's going to be recreated. There's limited quantities of said cards because of serial numbering, and a lot of the parallels being serial numbered. Hell, a lot of the inserts being serial numbered, even though they could be 5,000, 10,000. We still know how many were out there. And at some point, and we always talk about this, at some point, football has to catch up to basketball, then to baseball, because, and you said it yourself, some of the hockey stuff, certain insert sets or parallel sets, you've seen a pretty substantial spike since you've kind of been focusing, quite a bit on Patrick Waugh and Hasek and, some of your Forsberg and, some of that stuff. So you've seen some cards, some parallels, inserts that you've seen a substantial spike in. But at some point, and then again, maybe this is what we're hoping for, but deep down, maybe we don't want to happen, because it still keeps us, in the hunt for being able to obtain some of these. You would think that at some point it would hit football, and not just those, what we always allude to as the iconic type inserts that span multiple, sports. So I don't know. Sorry, I didn't mean to clap. My dog just decided he was going to get up on the counter and try and get something.
No, it is. And that's, I don't know. When everybody's so focused on, like, basketball, you've got the Jambalaya, you get the precious metal gems, you've got the Dunkin' Go Nuts, you've got, like, the finest gold refractors, I think 96, 97, the Kobe rookie year. And then you have, again, then you go to the Legacy, which they're not even in that upper echelon. They should be. The Ultra Platinums, which aren't in that echelon. They should be. A lot of that stuff, it just sort of gets, I don't know, it still commands a ton of money in the basketball market. But when you look at, I don't know, Tim Duncan, Emmitt Smith stuff should be as much as Tim Duncan.
Should be more.
Yeah. You have two guys that have 4 or 5 titles.
Well, Emmitt has 3. Emmitt has 3.
Well,
however, still the NFL rushing leader.
Just try not to remember the Arizona Cardinals dying days.
Yeah, well, that's another topic of conversation. But, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but, it's still, I know exactly where you're going down that path. You try and do a comparison between, football, baseball, and basketball. Mm-hmm. And I even throw in baseball for that reason, because there are certain baseball inserts, of course, that didn't transfer into football, which is very disappointing. Granted, some things you can't fit the same name in the naming convention into football, which I get, but come up with something else. But baseball, and this is to a certain degree, I regret not collecting more baseball in the 90s, because they had so many fantastic inserts and parallels. Granted, they usually had too many. Each product, would have this many inserts and parallels, and, crossing multiple pull ratios and so on and so forth. And you'd read the back and it's, like freaking this long or some crap. But but you look for comparisons. You know, you alluded to Duncan and Emmett. You know, okay, so I look at it from a state perspective. Tim Duncan is big in the state of Texas and San Antonio because of the Spurs. Emmett Smith, of course, because of the Cowboys. Emmett Smith should be fetching 2 times what Tim Duncan would get on certain cards or parallel versions in that same time frame, and they're not anywhere close.
No.
And I'm right there with you. I can't put my finger on it. I don't understand why that is. And then again, you know, you have the gold that you were trying to go after because you ended up losing something else, and it went for what I would still consider cheap considering the year and the serial numbering. But, you know, at the same time, it's like, why?
Yeah, where again, the WA goes for
$800.
Yeah, 800, but up like 1,200, I think Canadian, or 1,150, and then the Emmett's 80.
Yeah,
Same serial number, same year.
Yep.
So, I mean, like this. I mean, you got again. It's a nice insert. I wish the flame was more prominent on there because but these are 1 per case.
Yep.
I got that 2-card lot for $20. Emmett Smith, case inserts.
Probably the highest priced in the set behind Favre.
I don't know, Marino might be in there too. That's another one that he always seems to go for, or he's priced at a lot of money. But it's like, if I tried to get a Tim Duncan case hit insert,
you're going to pay for it.
Yeah, that's $400, $500, $600 on a good day, or on a bad day. That's on a good day. I can't even imagine what like one of those jambalayas has to go for if he's got a jambalaya or a Dunkin' Donuts or something. That's the EX. That's just insane.
Well, I showed you one of what I would have thought would have been much higher, even from a book value perspective. Bowman's Best, Atomic Refractor, Tim Duncan. It's one of the rookie insert sets, but it's, you know, it's like a best cuts.
Yep.
And, you know, that's the one I sent you via text message before I got all my Beckett's and stuff, and you looked up the value, and I was like, seriously? I mean, this is an Atomic Refractor, which is not 1 per box. Not from an insert perspective, it's not 1 per box. A base, you may get 1 Atomic Refractor per box, but you're talking when you're dealing with your insert sets, they're like 1 in 48, 1 in 96, so 1 every 2 to 4 boxes, depending on whatever that pack pull ratio is. And when you showed me that, I was like, you've got to be kidding me.
Yeah, a lot of that stuff. And again, I think Beckett too was behind at the times. Because after showing you some of the numbers of the basketball I looked up yesterday, I'm just like, this mark is absolutely bonkers. And anybody that has anything, new or old, again, maybe some of those key Jordans from the 90s or the key Kobe's, I might hang on to because I don't think that market will ever die.
No,
it won't. Players, they're global icons. Maybe some of the lesser players I'd be more inclined to move, but at the same time, everything is so wonky right now in that basketball market. It's hard not to part with anything just to get money for something you actually want. I mean, I know that's what I'm trying to do. Just because
strike when the iron's hot. And if it's something that you're not attached to, and to a certain degree, I'm debating on whether or not I should get that Duncan, graded, because that's really going to, increase the overall value type situation. But to a certain degree, I'm not ready to part with it. I pulled that card.
Mm-hmm.
And, even though I've sold stuff over the years, who hasn't?
Yeah.
That's what keeps the collection fresh. I have to get to a point to where it's like I look at it and we're going, yeah, it's lost its luster. I don't care anymore. But it's hard not to jump, when the iron's hot, especially, when your situation with the one Prism silver rookie that you bought for almost nothing. And
Yeah, that one is
so have you sold it yet?
not yet. I've got a number in my head I'm going to offer him, and I'm hoping it comes close to an agreement so I can part with
So,
all that stuff.
so Vinny, what card did you pick up out of curiosity?
What Lemieux?
Yeah, that's what I'm curious. Because if it's in the time range in which I'm thinking, and if that's actually serial numbered of 10,
David Stocks in the house. City Boy.
get a
Clint,
Drusilla.
I don't know if he's got anything from then. And the stuff I'm looking for. I don't care about Buffalo Bills or Cowboys. Because there's a quad exquisite 05, I think, or 06, with Bledsoe, Vic, and two others. I don't know, Roethlisberger, Romo, maybe. No, it would be Romo. I don't know who else it was on there, but I mean, and they want like $4 or $5 grand. That's absurd.
So he knows one Pat. He knows of one.
There's
That's still even modern numbered to 10. That I wouldn't argue with that price because hockey has a tendency to have a little bit more what's the word I'm looking for? Devout fan base or player fan base.
yeah.
So, like for me, I've seen some TD stuff go for right around that price. And for me personally, this is just me personally. I look a lot at the modern stuff, but a lot of it I won't. I don't care to touch because I saw both 101s. I watched the 101 mini and the 101 legend. Is it legend? Insert for legacy. 2020 legacy. I saw both of them sell. Not paying that kind of money.
No, and I've seen Bledsoe. He's got one in there. But again, it's not something I want, which is a perfect segue to that. Because I know we're both different.
Go big or go home. Amish Mafia style.
Yes, I would like to do that, Clint, but at the same time, even if I could get that shield, there's other stuff I've already had in mind. If you watch, and again, I wouldn't watch them, but the last couple of years I've tried to make like a goal list, as it were. Just to remind myself later on, hey, maybe this is something that I need to go back on and look at because my mind jumps, as you've known, all over the place. I mean, there's so much with cards that goes through my head, but at the same time, I want to have that video in January. Be like, okay, I've got my list of people I'd like to get and stuff that I know I probably won't get, but at least if I go back and look, the fact is that I know at some point I can look back at stuff and say, well, yeah, that Dick Knight Train Lane, shit, I haven't looked up him in a while. Let's go look him up. There's a cut auto, beautiful, all within the window. Blue ink, so that goes with the Detroit
The colors.
Lions.
Yep.
And I'm like, okay, we're gonna go after this one. So I mean, it's good to make those videos at the beginning of the year. That's what I'd always, if you're a multiplayer player collector, or you're just a collector overall, saying, man, you know what? I do want to get a Acuna Gem Mint 10, even if it's that. If to make some sort of list. So I mean, it doesn't have to be a concrete list of like top 10. It's only what I'm going after, because you may see something you didn't even know existed, and that might tickle your pickle like nothing has ever done before, and you're just going to be, your socks are going to get knocked off.
Yeah, and for me, I think you have a valid point. Somebody. Okay, and I'll take it even a step further. Even if it's not just player focused. Okay, most of our stuff is player focused, but if you have, if you strictly PC a team, for instance, multiple players within the team, spanning 30, 50, 60, 80, 100 years, depending on the whatever sport, whatever team, okay? Something like that definitely gives you something to shoot for and something to kind of be more focused on. For me, anything goes. I don't do lists. I look at my spreadsheet, multiple times. There's times in which when I do my searches, I may add, 10, 12 things because I'm obsessive compulsive when it comes to stuff as of late. I check eBay 20, 25, 30 times a day, checking for new listings. Now, when I do my sporadic checks, the misspelling of his first name or, looking for him in description type stuff, I don't do those as frequent. So I spend more time looking through the past few days or weeks of auctions to see maybe if something that I missed. I'll put them on my watch later, and then, probably usually it's the next day. I then go start looking at my spreadsheets, because like I said, when you have over 2,000 different cards of the same player, sometimes shit runs together. And it's like you think you saw this card or you didn't think that you saw this card. And I'm sorry, I love my player collection and I look at it from time to time, but I don't do it as frequent as I probably should. And so there are no lists. There is no focal point. However, since they're starting to do more and more newer stuff, I think I pretty much made the decision that anything after 2019, I don't care. I'm not even going to worry about it. Unless something just sticks out to me and it's like, you know what, I got to have that. Something creative, something innovative from an insert or a parallel perspective, then, I may deviate from that stance. But 2019 and prior, that's going to be the focal point. But there's been times in which maybe I need to narrow it down to, focus on, okay, I need 15 cards from 1995 to have every card produced in 1995. Let's see if I can knock that out in a year. Because there's nothing substantially low numbered, anything along those lines. It's not super expensive. Raspberry Parallel may be a pain in the ass, and I should have picked that up about 3 years ago when I saw it, and I'm still kicking myself in the ass for that one. So maybe
for those people out there, that's specific. What, triple folder or something like
Yes, yes, the raspberry pear. Yeah, it's a purple.
that.
Yeah,
It was like blue raspberry or whatever you want, blue color.
there is a blue, and then there's the raspberry, and it's purplish. And
Yeah.
it was on ComC for years, and for 20 like $22, and for whatever reason, I was like, that seems too much. Then of course I started doing you start doing your research a little bit more, and then you're like, oh shit. And then by the time you try and get back there and going, oh crap, it's gone. And I've never seen another one. So that's probably going to be the hardest one that I'll need to locate. But I won't do the list per se because I have my lists.
Mm-hmm.
And I do audit my collection quite frequently. Sometimes I even go back through a lot of my dupes because I happened to come across one that I had in my dupe boxes that was not integrated into my collection. And it was a 7-Eleven parallel.
Okay.
And I know that sounds kind of cheesy, but 7-Eleven parallels, go do some searches. You're probably not going to find many.
No,
You're just not.
Yeah, it doesn't always have to be the highest of high end stuff that's the most limited stuff. It's a lot of regional stuff or something that's like to a food market or some national brand. That stuff can be very tricky to find, especially as you go back further and further. Like the kids or the cards cops gave to kids. I remember getting
Yep.
those. Terrell Davis and the Broncos have any of that stuff, but it's like that stuff that I
Only
remember
one.
getting in the 80s. And
Okay.
I guarantee you every one of those things that a kid got had a rubber band around it. Mine did. Or it was in the spokes, or it was just like sort of flung around the room because, oh, Top gave it, and that's cool, but whatever.
Yeah, Terrell Davis has one. It's 93 Georgia police.
Okay.
That's the only one that he has. And I have never, in my entire collecting years, okay, I know it's from 93, but, I'm just, going to be melodramatic here for a minute. But I have never in my life ever seen one. Ever. Ever.
And that's not serial numbered. There's no autograph, no patch, no foil, no acetate, no die cut.
Nope, nothing special. Nothing special.
That's why, again, I've always said too, if you see anything of like any player like that, you come across like a Tony Baselli USC card from like '93, pick that stuff up because you don't know who's looking out there for that stuff. You could just put it on eBay and let it ride, and you could have two guys like Omar Vizquel guys were doing 5-6 years ago, just beating the tar out of each other trying to get every low number Vizquel because they wanted them. You never know who's looking, just because that's not in your like inner circle of friends.
Yep.
Those Beckett's are just amazing, just to even leaf through with everything you think you know. Then you start going through, well, what the hell was that card? And it's, I don't know. I love that. And again, for the price, for me picking up all four, I think it was close to 40.
All three of mine were $31.
So mine might have been a little over 40. So, I mean, for basically 4 yearly Beckett's, $40 when the price in the back was what?
For 30, 40? Is it 30 or 40? 39? 29.
39.5.
So Bob's here for some inserts. So we could probably segue into the other question that we there it is. I'll actually kick this one off since you've pretty much started the others. And this kind of goes in align with what Vinny was just saying here. He's been reading the Hockey Almanac, and they are good sources of information. And granted, I haven't spent as much time reading through it as I should, but at the same time, as a collector in the '90s, depending on your source of knowledge and your source of information or anything along those lines, there was a crap ton of stuff that, at least for me personally, that I've seen more in the recent years that I never knew existed. Some of you who were here, last week, you all saw this card here. This is one prime example. So this is from 97 Fleer Gaudy 2. I do not consider parallels inserts. I consider them parallels. So this being an insert parallel, this is why I'm showing this, because it is in fact a parallel. Never knew this thing existed. Numbered to 10. Never knew it. Never knew it existed. Another prime example, and most of these I'm focusing more on because some of them I don't have, and I know Dave doesn't have some of these either, but we were kind of trying to think through some of these. Where is... This was another prime example. So this is an insert parallel. 97 SP Authentic Profiles, die cut. There's three versions of this. There's the non-die cut, there's the die cut, and then there's the serial number, numbered to 100. Now, I got this in a collection I purchased, but as I was, of course, auditing the collection and going through my checklist to find out cards that I didn't have or anything along those lines, I was like, holy crap, I didn't know they had that parallel. I bought 97 SP Authentic, and I had some of just the die cuts, but I didn't pull it in the serial number, and I never bothered. Is that the serial? Yep. I never knew they had the serial numbered version. So, and then I'm going to go one even further. This one's going to take me just a minute to find. That's, nope. I pulled these out. Yep, here it is. I agree. It is a great card. 97 Playoff Zone. Cheap as shit product. Cheap. This is the blue prime target. Okay. Now, I'll show you that one, but then I'm going to show you this one. So this is the base. And I'm pretty sure they had, because, yep, here's the purple. I was like, I knew they had another one, and I think they have a red too. But I believe this is the base. And then it goes red, purple, purple, red. They're not numbered. I just know the other variation colors are different variation of pack pull ratio. So this is the base. And I showed you this one, so you can tell the difference. This is called the gold, okay? Had no freaking clue what this was. This was another one I ended up getting in a collection purchase. Nor do I think this person had it or knew what it was. 2 of 5. And no, that's not the card number. That is the actual serial numbering. Had no freaking clue these existed. And something serial numbered to 5 in 97, you can't even equate it to pulling a 1-to-1, a 1-to-1. I mean, you can't.
No, that finding that 5 is, especially with how much stuff that was in that, or how much of that zone was produced. It wasn't like a limited or a finite amount. That was like the bottom end of the playoff. Well, that and the 1st and 10 or whatever the kickoff, whatever that one was. Those were the two super
Yeah.
low end playoff products.
So Bob just threw up there. I just saw this comment. Hand numbering is more desirable, in my opinion. In certain cards, I will agree with that. I think it really has to do with card design and where they have the hand numbering. It's all about placement because sometimes I think it can detract from the aesthetics of the way a card looks. This is one of those that I would agree that hand numbering is more desirable. Another prime example, insert parallel. Actually, this one may be considered a parallel. Dave, you'll have to keep me honest on this one. I think you know which one I'm going to show. Hand numbered. Upper Deck game dated hand numbered milestones. Hand numbered 29 of 30. Now, I got this card 9 years ago, 10 years ago, somewhere in that vicinity. And it wasn't cheap, okay? It wasn't super expensive, but it wasn't cheap. It was 30-something dollars, I think. The last one that was on eBay, and I showed this to Dave, sold for $300.30. And I about fell out of my freaking chair.
And that's the thing too with like that one. You're looking at, okay, that's the Encore was basically the foil board version of Upper Deck, the base set, and it usually would have maybe a few more rookies that were like, let's say later in the year, like Kurt Warner. I think he didn't have an Upper Deck, but he had the Upper Deck Encore rookie from '99. So you had some of that to work with. And that wasn't like a huge release. Everybody still wanted Upper Deck, and by the time Encore came out, you already had SPX and SP Authentic. So that was always such a forgotten product where it had some pretty cool cards in there, but nobody cared because everything else was so geared towards the serial numbered rookies and SP Authentic or the jersey autos from the SPX. Or 99, it was just regular auto, but I mean, those people were just drooling over that class. So all that stuff was on the back burner. Encore was such a forgotten brand and just never got any hobby love.
This is kind of off the subject, but, you know, this is something I didn't know even existed.
Because then is that the gold or is that the bronze?
This is the bronze.
As I say, I think I've got the silver Collins.
I've only seen the silver once, but you know, this card right here was a purchase. I purchased that at the same time as the game dated through Udo Encore, and still one of my favorite. Telling you, if I could own all 50 of these, I would. Where the hell's it at? I bought those two at the same time I got this one. There was a guy who was selling a shit ton of rare stuff of Terrell Davis, and I missed out on a ton of stuff. But you know, at the same time, there were certain ones that I had to have, and those were 3 of them. But the premium rubies,
those are gorgeous.
And these get a little bit more hobby love in the secondary market, but not as much as they should, because, and I've shared this before, I purchased a lot of this product. Not sealed cases, it was always loose boxes. But I pulled one in probably 24 boxes. I pulled one. So that ought to tell you something from, you know, how frequently those were inserted. And that's I mean, I put that higher as aesthetically pleasing than a Super Rave. Those are more aesthetically pleasing than a Super Rave. Not as rare as a Super Rave, but aesthetic and pleasing to the eye. That's one of those in which I'm surprised there's not as much hobby love.
I like those more than the precious metal gems. I might be in the emerald or the green. No, the red. Yes, because and again, there's 50 of those. There's 135 total
Um,
of
yep.
150 of PMGs. First 15 serial number to green. But I like those rubies so much more because that red foil just pops, and then that it's almost like it reminds me of the EX 97 Fleet of Foot. I always think that's like the footprint going across those little blurs or blotches. I'm like it's just such a visually satisfying card.
Yep. Oh, I agree.
I'd say too another one that I know you got that you had mentioned, and I'm just remembering it seeing the skybox was like the Reebok, whatever those Reebok parallels or whatever for the Terrell Davis too. That was another one that was one that
So Terrell Davis doesn't have one.
right.
Yes, I have the Emmett, the Emerald. Uh, 7, 8, 10 cards, give or take. Elway's in there, Emmett. Those are the two big name guys. White, gold, red, and green. Or they called it emerald.
Mhm.
But from an unknown parallel perspective, it's not something that because half the time you don't even look at the back of the cards unless it is in fact like an insert or you can tell it's something that's aesthetic or visually different. So
Yep.
you're looking for a serial number. I actually didn't start noticing that until I was starting to put together a set
Mhm.
or two or three since I bought so many of them. But then I'm like, what the hell is this? And I think it even took time for Beckett to even make reference to the Reebok parallel.
Mhm.
But what's interesting is they did it in basketball too. Same year. Not anywhere the caliber of like an Emmett Elway type situation. I'm not saying they were crappy players, but you think of Elway and Emmett, top caliber players in '97. At the top of their game still. Basketball, the whoever they threw the Reebok stuff on the back was nothing compared to
Those
them.
two.
Yep.
I'll jump back to our last topic. Couple things. This is one set to constantly keep an eye on. This is an '06 Bowman Sterling Gold Reverse,
Gold,
supposed to be numbered to 25.
no serial number.
Right in that little blank space between like the MLB logo and I don't know if that's what the Bowman logo. It's supposed to be numbered there. I've seen, and I've got the encased because these were box toppers,
Okay.
and I've seen serial numbered, I've seen non-serial numbered, and I've seen serial numbered that are completely different from what Topps uses. So I mean, somebody bought one of these, put their own stamping on here, and called it. So keep an eye out for that. That's when I say the backdoored stuff. You have to be careful because they can. There's technology out there. People are shady. It's for money. People will do
Yep.
anything.
Yep.
This really isn't a. It's more of an insert that I didn't know existed because it wouldn't have been a parallel. But this is one I just not that long ago. I put a video up. I think I spent like $15 on it. You're looking at it like, what the hell's the point? It's a 2000 whatever 6 tops. Who cares? But like the North Cut, I want a 2000 tops. This is like the Rookie of the Year promotion card. Like if you would have won the Rookie of the Year, I would have sent this in if I had it at the time, got whatever set, and would have won or would have received some sort of set
Something.
because, like we discussed prior to going on, like the crash the game out of collector's choice.
Right.
So you'll see football Bowman 2000, and then Topps 99 and 2000 had like the MVPs. There's a big like a gold like emblem there, like you see on the books that like kids get. That
Mhm.
it's a great book. You should read it. Something that's actually like legitimately good literature. I can't remember what it is. I should know, but I don't. But it's like that big of a ribbon or whatever, and those are pretty tough to find. Because I, like I said, the Dennis Northcutt I have not seen. The 2000, and I've looked. I've had 20 years to look for it. I've never seen it. Two others, and I asked you this, I think, before the Bledsoe one went off, but the running mates gold. This is where the hand numbering is not super desirable. I mean, it doesn't matter, but it doesn't really do anything for the card. Because on the back, you'll see next to like all the wording, that's where the serial number.
Yes, and that's where it should have been.
Yep.
And
So the first,
that's what I was trying to kind of remember, because I purchased a few boxes of President's Reserve, both Series 1 and Series 2. It was the Time Warp inserts that that intrigued me.
mhm.
And they had a buy the box thing in Beckett for a while. Some of the newer products they did buy the box. And then it actually went through, what they pulled, what the stated pack odds were, so if you had interest, you knew already what you were walking into buying a box. And I recall that there being a notation for Series 1 that the gold were numbered to 10, but I didn't recall remembering or don't recall or them calling out specifically them being hand numbered. I knew they were to 10, but then at the same time seeing the running mates cards themselves and they're having that little gray space, you would have thought that the serial number would have been there, even if it was hand numbered. So for you, I think it was well worth the risk to take a chance in the event that maybe they were, because of some of the the bankruptcy stuff afterwards. But still, cool parallel nonetheless. Backdoor or not, it's still cool.
Yeah, well, that I think they were up for $10. I think I offered 8 and then 6 maybe on the Natron and Stan Humphreys, and got them both auto pretty much accepted. So for like I think, and again I didn't get combined shipping. The guy went combined shipping, but for $20 or whatever it was, that I've done a lot worse over the years. So
What I think, and I've seen the Elway TD Gold before. I've seen both the jumbo and I've seen the regular one, but for the life of me, I don't remember if there was any hand numbering, and if it was, I don't remember where it was, because some things you kind of think about and you put on your watch list. Other times you don't put on your watch list because it's like buy it now, best offer for $160 or something that's seems a little high. Even though the gold version still book actually for pretty high, but on the flip side, it's because they are serial numbered to 10. So
yeah, because the first Series 1, first 12 are Series 1 cards, and they're all numbered to 10. And I don't know if it's hand numbered for Series 2, but they're out of 100. So you got 10 times as many for the Series 2 cards. for the
Right.
Series 2 players or whatever on the checklist. So again, that's fine because I think I'd have to look. So I want to say that was one of the searches I did because I wanted to see if that Series 2 had the numbering in that exact spot where the window is.
Yeah, I don't think I have. You can keep talking. I don't think I have.
Because Collector's Choice was good for that.
Sorry, I stumbled across that. Just had to throw that out there. One of my
Well,
all-time favorites.
and that's one that crossed over to baseball too, and the baseball guys go stupid high.
There's your Fleet of the Foot.
And that's one I love, but I mean, it's so you can get pretty much anybody in that set for under $10.
Yep.
I mean, I'm sure Emmett's in there, but yeah, that's a one in whatever 24 type of insert, and it just doesn't go for anything.
Yeah, because I was trying to think. President's Reserve was 96. It's the only year they made it, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to be able to get to it because my 95 and 96 stacks are kind of. They're a little mushed together here. Shut up.
I couldn't believe that price. That was so stupid low.
I'm still killing myself for not snagging that one thing off of Mercari. Because I sent you the picture of it was the Title Quest. Oh crap! What was the other one, Dave? I don't remember what the other one was off the top of my head, but the Title Quest was the biggest one that I was like, man. And it was worth the price that he had listed for the 3 cards too.
Yeah, that one. Like I've said, I don't think Brodeur's in it for hockey, the hockey version, but Wah is, and I missed out on Wah because it was like a starting bidder best offer, and I think and again, being new to that market, I thought it was like 80, $100, and I go back like an hour later to see if the guy accepted and it's sold, and it's not to me. So I'm like, well, I must have offered low. So then I learned that okay, if another one pops up, I'll probably offer 2.5 times that just to. Yeah, the thing a lot of the people will say, well, you're going to offer over 200 for an insert that's numbered to 100. Yeah, there's a lot of inserts that offer some hefty money towards because they're a lot more carefully thought out from the standpoint of or the perspective of a design. I mean, you're not just flipping something together. Here's a white border card, or flawless, all that stuff. You know what it looks like? Decoys. You put printing on decoys, and people gobble it up.
Yeah,
They're not going to change it.
there was one. I just actually put this on my watch list just not too long ago. And I want to say this originally sold, but it got relisted. Where's it at? And it's one of those in which I didn't know existed either. But at the same time, it didn't surprise me because it was Fleer, and Fleer always like to do parallels for their inserts. What the hell's it at? I would have figured this thing would have Lethal Weapon, superpower. know. And I don't know hockey, but just knowing some of the names. Okay, here you go.
Those I looked that up. I think the other day, not Terrell, but I looked those up because they came out with those in a 2012-13 Fleer Retro for hockey.
Oh, okay.
So they sort of whatever those hot Fleer cards were back then, Ultra, whatever. They just sort of threw them in there because I think they redid the Jambalaya. But
Well, and I do own a PMG technically but it's from Retro.
in the Georgia uniform,
Yes.
I've thought about that for like Bledsoe and Waugh and Brodeur, but I'm like I
But
can't.
it's numbered to 5. It's numbered to 5.
Yeah, they had different.
Yeah, I went with the 5 version. Eye appeal versus scarcity. Ooh.
Let's in there and go back. What's up, Wes?
Eye appeal versus scarcity.
We talked about the clear focus. I think out of baseball. I think 2000, and those are an amazing looking set. If you want a cheap set that's amazingly like gorgeous to look at, that's like a 1-in-4, 1-in-8, 1-in-6 full. So you don't have to spend that much. It's going to depend on a myriad of factors. What can you afford? What do you think looks best? Again, beauty's in the eye of the beholder. Steve and I mostly agree on pretty much everything with inserts. I mean, there's some variations here and there, but I mean, we're pretty much sitting in that same boat, rowing the same way. I mean, and then what your
Okay.
what your particular players are at.
Well, and that's kind of where I was going to go with part of that. But on the flip side, a lot of times from a 90s perspective, eye appeal came with scarcity. The scarcer something was, the more eye appeal that it would have. Now,
Yeah.
that doesn't span all brands.
No.
But so I showed the Ruby from 97 Skybox Premium. Scarce, but the eye appeal is there. Other things from Skybox Premium that I would consider the same thing was the Primetime Rookies.
You have this, which again, it's a 500. It's a parallel of an insert.
But at the time, it was still scarce.
But now you're not going to pay a PMG price. You're not paying
No.
a legacy. You're not paying these big astronomical. You find one of a Marino or a Favre, you're probably paying $30-$40. But again, compare that to Kevin Garnett, you're going to pay something 500, or Paul Pierce, anyone from that era. Grant Hill, you're going to pay $40 for insert number 500 of Grant Hill. You're probably going to pay $300-$400 for it. And again, it's Grant Hill, good player, solid career.
Correct.
But you want Dan Marino or Brett Favre or Emmitt Smith or Jerry Rice? Those are the top of an era. Or do you want Grant Hill because the market is being dictated by outside forces or just a global phenomenon that basketball is?
Right.
It's always going to depend on your preference in so many categories. But again, if something was gorgeous, you'd jump on it because, okay, it's just a cool card. I always like the die cut. And again, for like $5 for a case hit of a Hall of Fame running back, I don't know. That seems like a deal. If that was Emmitt Smith for $5, I'd buy it. If that was Warwick Dunn for $5, I'd buy it. If that was Ron Dane for $5, I would buy it. Just because I like those
right.
cards.
No, absolutely. And Bob, it's one of those in which, to kind of go back with what Dave said, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. However, when you look at most people, and I'm going to use that general statement, most people, something that catches the eye is going to be the whole eye appeal, the eye-catching type aspect. In the 90s, which is why I kind of focused on that earlier, a lot of your eye appeal did come from the harder cards to pull, the higher pack pull ratio cards. Now, that wasn't always the case.
Mm-hmm.
I was sitting here trying to think just off the top of my head, because, and we talked about this last episode though too, early 90s Topps Chrome refractors were better than what they were later on in the years. So eye appeal was there because the way that they manufactured those cards to create the refractor, the rainbow,
Mm-hmm.
they weren't scarce though. 1 to 2 a box. Okay, I don't consider that scarce. Now, if you're talking about your insert refractors, maybe 1 a box, maybe 1 every 2 boxes, depending on the insert. But that's still not scarce. But they're very appealing to the eye because most all of us love refractors. I mean, I don't care if it's Topps Chrome. I don't care if it's Bowman's Best. I don't care if it's Bowman Chrome. Refractors are probably one of my favorite technology ever created. And will be until, I stop doing this, which will be when I'm 6 feet underground. So, and I can only relate that question to the 90s philosophy.
Stop it.
Newer stuff.
Boys, stop.
To me, the newer stuff, I more focused. If it was like autographs or patches and stuff, I focused on scarcity. But if it was parallels or insert parallels type stuff, I focused on eye appeal.
Yeah, because again, like something like that, it could be Greg Lloyd, it could be Bryce Pop, it could be Sean Springs. It wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter because that you see that, and again, the camera does very little justice, but an atomic gold refractor from 97 Finest, and again, on both sides, that it has
the refractor. Yep.
Yeah. That one, and again, that's like, I think about a case hit.
I believe so.
This is a case hit, and it doesn't look nearly as good as you think a case hit should. So you're like, oh, well, it's a Brett Favre. It's cool. I like it. But again, when I got it, that was a huge disappointment. I knew these would be the Revolution icons. That's like a case hit. But again,
there's nothing special to that card.
You could do so much more with this. They did. You could have like some sort of foil, like Flair did for the hot numbers with the fires at on the bottom here. You could have, but it's not. It's just a gold foil. So I mean, those are case hits, and it's like, oh well. But you have something like that's a box hit.
That's
insane.
10 times better. Yep.
And I mean, both sides are just.
And like I said, it's one of those in which it's not universal.
No, you're not going to be right or wrong.
It's not universal by any stretch of the imagination. But at the same time, from our era, a lot of the stuff kind of went hand in hand. Dave kind of shut me down with a few prime examples. That don't really apply, but at the same time, that's even the same in your newer product though too. I prefer eye appeal over scarcity. If that tells you anything, or if that changes anything, that's really what I try, and I'm more drawn to that because usually it indicates a potential scarcity because of pack pull ratio, or parallel version, anything along those lines. So I don't know. That's a tough question. And to be honest, if you ask me that tomorrow, I may think different.
And I guess
But
price point too. Think where the price point is. If you can get, like I've been able to pick up some of those Ultra Stars from '97, which are case hits that are cool looking cards, and I've been able to pick up stuff that's dirt cheap, like the Fars. I mean, again, you can't really see it, but the Star has like sparkles on it. It's
yep,
half a
it's acetate. Yep.
well, that's a case hit. That's like a $25 card. If you can get Marino on that, Favre, Emmett, Rice, Barry, Elway, maybe a lesser extent, Acre. For that type of price, for basically what you're trying to get in a case, why would you not do it? And then again, if you have something that's not as, I'd say, popular, or not popular, but not as rare, I mean, that's just a parallel.
Dot matrix.
Yep, 96 Stadium. That it's just a cool foil on that. It's like a trippy foil.
Yep.
You can probably get anybody in that set for under $15 shipped. Don't quote me, but again, unless you're getting a graded copy, if you're getting a 9 or a 10, you're going to pay more.
Yeah,
But
you're going to pay more. Absolutely.
there's another one. I love just the design. 95 Nightmares. What a stadium club. It's a nice foil and the ominous background, the Halloween type dead tree and bats and stuff. I mean, it's like a $2 card, and maybe one per box. But again, just stuff. Whatever catches your eye, and if it's at a price point you feel super comfortable with, even if you look it up and say, "Well, the last 3 have gone for $4. This one's 5." If it's a best offer, dicker with the guy and see if you can get something down. If you can't, wait, because obviously stuff like that comes along every so often. And here's another example, like a 1 in 96, the Metal XL out of 96 Prime.
TD
It's
has
nothing,
one of those.
yeah, it's nothing great. I like it just because I think most of the cards were player colors in the back. I could be wrong.
Mine's green. TD's is green.
Okay, so just different colors, I guess.
Yeah.
But again,
There wasn't a standard color coordination on those
and that was playoff at the time too. They were all
about their colors.
oh boy, talk about the pennants and then the base prime set where that was what, bronze for the first 100, then silver for the next 50, and then gold for the 50 after that. The 96. It just, but yeah, there's so much. Again, it's going through everything here, and it just depends what you like. Depends what you can afford. But
Well,
I mean, you can afford, even if you've got a minute budget, you can still afford nice cards and not break the bank. Again, the shine is not catching on this at all. But I mean, again, that's like a $4 or $5 card.
yeah, I was trying to look through just.
Then like the Team Summit. I mean, it's great rainbow foil, little embossing on it. That's probably like a $3-4 card. Probably a $10 card for Favre, $10 for Emmett. Z teams are always popular.
Yep. Hidden treasures.
Love that. I love that set. That foil on there's some of my favorite foil of all time.
Yep. Overrated. Ooh. I'll kick this one off, Dave. Even though this is still a one of mine, Bob. I'm gonna have to say 97 essential credentials. I think and this is across basketball too. They're not. That to me it's not that special. They're pretty, but it's nothing. It's nothing that I haven't seen before in other type design or other products. And to be perfectly honest, I'd even go as far as lumping in essential credentials as a whole, because 98 they had two versions, 99 they had two versions. Did they go to 2000, Dave? I can't remember.
Yeah, but then they dropped just this. It was a standard print run at 25.
Okay. And then I think they even went one more year, but it was to 299. Sometimes they run together.
Yeah, because I don't know if it went away for a few years in '04. I remember that rookie class, I believe, had but again, it was like to 199 or 299. Something where, I mean, they completely abandoned
Standard.
They brought them to the table as something useful.
Essential credentials, I would consider overrated. And Dave, I'm glad you're sitting down because you know how I feel about these cards. But later year PMGs, it's only because of what they are. It's only because of the name. It's only because of the serial number version. 97, of course, 135 and 15 for a total number of 150. But then they started dropping the print run of the PMGs, which made them even more sought after. But yet the 97 version still out. They are priced higher than what any other year PMG after that, which makes no sense to me because they are in fact rare. I don't get that.
I like the 98 design. It's got sort of that champagne swirl superfractor, which eventually that came into there. But the 99 ones are trash.
I'm not talking about design.
I know. I'm going that route to say, if I picked a year, it'd be 98 because of the prismatic foil.
Okay.
I like the regular foil from 97. I think they're gravely overpriced. 99, it's legit garbage, but it has the name, the precious metals, so people still go wonky. And this is one I like. I don't like the pricing on it.
So are you throwing this in here as overrated?
And again, I'm in both camps. I love the design, but I hate the pricing where it's gotten in mostly baseball, because if I found like a Mike Cameron red, I'd have to pay probably upwards of 150, and I don't want to pay for card number 25 of Mike Cameron for $150 ever. I'd rather meet him.
Crusades.
If they were priced accordingly, I think I'd like them more. Football, you still the green and the purple. Greens are to 250, purple to 100. Then you get the reds at 25.
25.
Good luck.
Yeah. Well, good luck finding them. Good luck in ever seeing them listed.
Yeah.
For that matter.
And I think part of my dislike on the design is that Panini blatantly ripped them off and tried to recapture that imagination that Donruss had, and it completely failed at it.
Was it was it Leaf in the early years when they came out with their unlicensed college stuff that they used almost like the same card design as
There
the
was
Crusades?
I just saw somebody had posted something too. It was out of like a baseball product. I remember that because they had like the yellow, and then the bottom would be black for whatever the 10, and then yellow or green, yellow or blue. I again, you hold a Crusade in your hand, it's great. They're great looking cards. But to hold one in your hand, most of the time, in this football side, again, you're paying a ton for the red of anyone in any sport. But baseball seems to just be stupid. I want to get a
Yeah.
Frank Thomas. Good luck. I'm not getting one.
Yeah, not well. You could with what you and I were chit chatting about earlier. I mean that there's always that possibility.
That's
Uh,
93 Dynasty Tractor. That's
I'm giving you shit though, anyways. Uh, so I'm surprised that you bring up Crusades because I know you and I have talked about Crusades before. They are pretty. I mean they are nice. Out of curiosity, would you put primary colors in that same though? As far as the overrated, or do you think maybe
I think they're
they're maybe underrated?
vastly underrated. Because again, that Bledsoe I picked up, yeah, there's some damage on it, but it's 25, and I got it for like $15.
And I already told you, you sir have been extremely lucky, uh, quite lucky. Uh, ooh,
I think a portion of it is because that's why you're seeing a lot more people list some of these products. Again, and that's why you see a lot of the stuff starting to really skyrocket in price for unopened wax. But as we've alluded to, this isn't like a one auto per box. This isn't like a one patch per pack. If you're trying to hit a PMG, if you're trying to hit a Central Credential, a Crusade, a Jambalaya, whatever the insert or the parallel or insert parallel may be, good fucking luck. It more than likely you've got a better chance of seeing a unicorn and a potato for president. I mean, I can see the basketball market has always been different just because Jordan carries it. And Jordan is
oh yeah,
and then you have LeBron coming right at the end of Jordan. When he was out, LeBron was in. And it took a while to build him up, but it didn't take long. So again, that you've got two icons that are global legends. Global, not okay. Gretzky's great in Canada. People love him in like Russia and maybe in Europe too. You've got like Pele or whoever for like Ronaldo for soccer, but again, it's not like you go to US like a baseball game. Hey, you hear about Ronaldo or Mbappe scoring like 3 goals for whatever team they play for in Europe. Like, what the hell are you talking about? You're speaking pig Latin. I don't know what the hell that is. You talk about LeBron, you talk about Jordan. People instantly know by one name who you're talking about. So that's one reason the basketball stuff has gotten to the point of absolute lunacy. People want to cash in and make sure they got their Jordan card or their Kobe card, or let's say they collected Dirk or whoever, Kevin Garnett, Sharif Abdul Rahim, Ray Allen. AI, any of these guys, Pippen, Clyde, Barkley,
Steve
any of these guys.
Nash.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many guys from the '90s too that you can hit and still do well on. You don't have to hit Jordan or nobody. It's you've got some of the best basketball players of all time in that late '80s to late '90s run. So
Oh, why not, man? Come on. You don't want to take that risk?
it's like, would you rather pay that 350, 400 for a Topps Chrome 2020 jumbo box? Get 5 autos, 3 probably going to be some either 190 AAA hitter or some middle reliever that's going to be out of the league in 2 years. Or do you want to spend an extra couple hundred on, I don't even know what it'd be because I know that stuff's just constantly fluctuating. Something from the mid 90s, basketball, press your luck, say, if I don't hit it, and if that's what you really want to do is rip, what would you rather go for? Would you rather go for something where it's like, okay, I have a chance to get, again, a chance, feasible chance? Probably not. But do you want, if you hit even a low end Dunkin' Donuts, a jambalaya, whatever the hot hands, you hit one of those, you're still, even losing money, you're still doing better if you did well in the Topps Chrome.
Well, and it's because it's proven players. And that's the difference. When you're looking at something that already is cemented into the minds of individuals as high priced cards from that era, it's not going to matter. You know, believe it or not, there's still set collectors from back in those times though too that are looking to try and complete sets because those don't always pull up. Or they're not always readily available. And if they are, some people just want astronomical amounts of money. And thank you for highlighting Bob's earlier. Dave and I talk about Kramer's Choice all the time. Kramer's Choice is, I consider it one of the most undervalued, underappreciated insert sets of
Ever.
of all time. It's a one per case insert, and
If you're lucky.
yes, in that, that's what I was getting ready to say. If you're lucky, design or not, Pacific, and we talked about this last episode. Pacific and the innovations in the die cutting, and the laser etching and all that other kind of stuff, or the laser cutting, whatever the hell you want to call it. They were way ahead of their time, and I have never understood why Kramer's Choice cards have never got the appreciation.
No,
I've
that's
never understood it.
and I was able to buy one today for $5.
I got my TD for, I think, $12 shipped.
Yeah, there's to Bob's point, something in a video I'm gonna show off. So the O2 private stock, 2 variations of this. There's the retail, which has nothing in there. I mean, it's got inserts and whatever else. The hobby rookies had pieces of balls in there. That's what she said. And they were numbered to their collegiate jersey numbers. So you had like David Carr was like to either 1 or 2. Same with Harrington. If you look under Shockey's jersey number, you'll see like the 88
Yep.
in the ball, the die cut of the ball, and then somewhere.
Yep.
So again, those weren't. I don't know if Beckett's changed their philosophy because of such a low numbering on a lot of the guys, but those weren't originally considered true rookie cards. I remember that being like a big discussion because how can you have a true rookie card if you only have one copy? But I mean, that's how they put them out for private stock. Like, and I love that. That's so few people even know about that and know that that's a thing. I got that for 99 cents
When?
last week and a half ago.
Oh, no kidding. I thought that was going to be one of those that you got,
No,
years.
when Bob said he liked the number to player jersey numbers. I'm like, perfect. I got one. My friend up in New York, that TNT had that. I'm like, I forgot to bid because I put like $1 bid on it. I forgot to bid more, and shit, I hope I won that. 99 cents. I couldn't believe that, and that's what Pacific was good at. Some of those wonky numbered inserts, and
We do care, Bob. We do care.
I mean, a lot of people don't like whatever the platinum blue or the premier dates are numbered to 36, and then like O2 Pacific had extreme limited 24. They had the limited to 71, and then they had all their other. I think premier date was 36. So I mean, you had all these numbers, and I mean, again, I'm guessing at the same time I got them, that's when Pacific was going under.
Right.
So I was able to pick up a lot of the stuff that, again, there might be a duplicate copy out there, but I know I've got a original numbering on it.
Right.
I mean, I picked up a lot of players that I could. I mean, not everybody, but I mean, I got the Northcutt run, I got the Kerry Collins run, I got the Josh McCown run. I think I got like 2 or 3 other runs, not the runs, but I got Gerard, Ron Johnson, former Gophers wide receiver, played a little for Baltimore.
Well, and then,
I think.
and like you alluded to, them going out of business, they had the backdoor versions that they weren't serial numbered.
Yeah.
So, and I can't remember the one specifically that you called out. Because remember after 01, 02, Terrell Davis stuff kind of dropped off the face of the earth and kind of rekindled, later on. So there's, that one time, that those few years to where I missed out on, I won't say, top tier type cards or anything, but you still span some of those years because of some of your other various players. And, it's no different than me also saying, hoping that, Terrell Davis actually came out a few years earlier and did really well, because one of my all-time favorite sets is, the Upper Deck Pro Bowl from the early years. Not the crap they came out with later.
Mm-hmm.
And is it 93 or is it 94, Dave? And I know you have one.
I think it's 4 because 93 just had that. I think that they had a picture of them and then a picture in the uniform, and down the middle was that foil.
Yes. And that's why I couldn't remember the year. I mean, that right there. There's just something aesthetically pleasing to me on that.
You got hollow foil, then you got the hologram. I mean, it's in that picture from the game. So
the only thing that could have made that even better, add a die cut at the top, just at the top,
been, like they did with the hollow group.
Yep,
that would have been pretty much a perfect card.
Yep.
Now I'm saying that without acetate on it, so that means a lot.
Well, and sometimes, we've also said this, though. Sometimes a card can be too busy. I mean, let's be realistic. It can be way too busy. Not that it happens very often, But if you start getting, over 3 different type of qualifications, it
Again,
really takes away from
it. But you've got foil on the skybox, the
acetate.
acetate, and then you've got like the die cut, but it's still acetate up here with the pour. And then I don't know. I like it, but I don't.
And sometimes, with 3 various designs, or whatever you want to call it, it adds to it. But others, like that one specifically, I mean, it's a cool card. I'm not saying it isn't, but it's too much going on.
Here's another one of those case inserts that really didn't do anything for me. And always remembering the name of the insert from back in the mid 90s, like, oh man, I gotta get one of those. I think they had them in basketball, but they didn't.
Oh, yep, Thrill Seekers.
Yeah, but I mean, you look at it, it's just okay. There's some foil on there. It reminds me of somewhat like the '96 metal. It's the molten.
Yeah.
Molten metal and pan. I don't know what it was, but it's like one of the more basic inserts. Like that's pretty much what you used, and you didn't really do anything. I mean, there's nothing. I mean, the back is the traditional nothingness.
I know you were talking about this one earlier.
Yeah, those are criminally underrated. Because again, not many people even bother to know this stuff. It was 3 different pictures for all 3 parallels, or all 3 cards. You had the regular, the gold, and the platinum. So different pictures for all of them.
Yep. Because there's the gold. And actually in 97, because of Series 1, Series 2. So there's the other gold.
Okay.
And if your player was in both series, not everybody had, a card in Series 1 and Series 2.
Yeah. And I for the unknown parallels, try to right the ship for that. I knew of them, but it wasn't like I actively searched them. Then I texted you and Michael about a potential trade, and I was far along enough in the past. I was like, okay, this is why I got the one card I traded away, the main card, that quad laundry tag. Michael said, don't bid on it. I got it like 50 cents over what. It was a Facebook one, so I knew I was going to get it for minimum. But I'm like, okay, eventually, if I do trade something, this would be perfect to somebody who wanted of today's collecting group. So I think that's great. And this one doesn't have the eye feel where it's like, oh my god, it's super flashy. But if you don't know about these cards, you probably look possibly at one. So then, whatever, it's a quad card that's good enough for me. But when you showed me the listing of Martin Davis, I don't know who else is on their Waters, maybe, or
yeah, I don't remember. I mean, I have the non one that you're going to show.
Sold that. I'm like, I'm glad I did the trade. This was out of 97 Absolute.
Yes.
I think it's Absolute Block. Which, that's one of my favorite things about Absolute, if it is. I want to double check so our information is correct.
Nope, it's Absolute. Because here you go.
Okay. Yeah, the Absolute quad, the leather quad, which by itself is a 1 in 144 pack full. So, I mean, one every 6 boxes or so, I guess, because I think 24 in a pack or 24 in a box because you go 6 times. That's 144. It's 24.
I don't remember the configuration, unfortunately. God, I love this card though.
Yep. It says 24 in a pack or 24 in a box.
Okay.
They got back. This is, I'd say, the most desirable card in the set. Again, not saying I collect one of the guys semi wholeheartedly. On the back, Favre and Rice, but that little gold star right above my thumb here. These friends were redemption only. Again, I don't know how many were redeemed. That's another thing where you have to take in back then the scarcity. How much of the stuff A was busted, B was redeemed. Hope everybody, all of you that are listening out there, all 7,840. The odds of getting anyone, there's what, 20 in the set? 18. 18? Yeah, 18. So the odds of getting any one of these redemption cards for this particular with the gold star, 1 in 28,800 packs. And
I'm
again,
still blown away at that. I am still.
I think Beckett still has it gravely underpriced. And I mean, because again, where the Terrell Davis sold, that's like $15 less than the book value of that. So again, if I put that up for 500 or best offer, I probably could get near that price from a collector of one of those four players. Because again, it's not. Kerry Collins has one. I think there's one up for like 40, 45. And I'm thinking about that, but I got to go back. That's one I'm like, I don't know if I've got that one.
I think I have pretty sure I have like a silver star parallel on like the base because they do have, the whole base aspect of it too, silver and gold star parallel, but same thing. They were redemptions.
I think you have a better chance of pulling a jambalaya than one of those. That's I had seen the guy post on blowout that card, and I'm like, oh, that's cool. I mean, I'm like, I know it's got to be limited, but I didn't really look too much into it. And then when he came at me, he's like, "You want to make another trade?" And he's like, listed off a bunch of stuff, and I'm like, oh, I'd be more willing to move this stuff than the other stuff. And when he picked that one, I'm like, ooh. He's like, I got this really cool insert. So then I started nosing and rooting around a little bit to see what that was about. I'm like, oh, you don't find those cards readily available and somebody willing to part with them for me, stuff I didn't have. I probably had $100 of sell value into it. Maybe he gets more in that quad because he can put on eBay and somebody will more eyes are on it than the Facebook group. Even if he got 150 for it, A, I'd be happy for him. B, I'd be like, I'm still super stoked at that card. And I got another one of the gold redemptions last night of the base player for like 15, $16
Oh, did you?
of that number 4 player on there that played for the Packers.
Huh, I wonder who you're talking about. Could that be Favre?
That was one I looked at of the guy that had the inserts. I'm like, now that I know that one's rare, I'm gonna like, okay, let's go back and see how rare those ones are. And the gold redemption was what, 1 in 2,880 packs.
Yeah, the ones for the like the base sets and stuff were not near anything compared to that one.
No, even then too. I mean, the bronze was 1 in 1,440. So I mean, you're thinking what? One every 60 boxes for the bronze redemption?
Yeah, I was trying to see. Yeah. See.
So again, that okay. Yeah, and I mean that's so subtle unless you actually collect it or know about that stuff. That could be something that just slips past your periphery, and you may lose out on a.
Yeah, because that's the base card. So I mean, you can tell the difference, of course. But yeah, and I can't. I think I got that in another collection purchase. And what's been kind of nice, at least for me, uh, you know, some cards I've had to, pick up individually and things along those lines. Some of the, what I would consider more some of the super rare stuff, a lot of it has been done, individual pickups. But every once in a while, I've gotten lucky. My playoff gold number to 5, I got in a collection that wasn't even called out in those
Mhm.
discussions. In the collection video I put up some time ago, the Donruss Elite status die cut,
Yep.
knowing that it was a need, but yet it was one that was actually for the national serial number to 5. Stuff like that. There was a collection that included, I think, all but 3 or 4 of the Chicago collection from '01 or '02.
Okay.
And all those are serial number to 5. So, case in point, unknown parallels. I didn't know any of those existed. And as we kind of keep talking through some of this stuff, there's certain ones in which kind of come to mind, and it's because Terrell Davis had multiple collectors who were collecting him.
Yep.
He still has quite a few, but there's always been a few of us that I would consider the mainstay. And there was, at one point in time, there was 5 big time active Terrell Davis collectors, me being one of them. And we would always contend. And this is before eBay changed to where you couldn't see the bidder history, because I wanted to know who else was always going after stuff, because then I got interested in going and seeing, okay, what had they stumbled across? What did they pick up? What did they win that maybe I missed out on? And it gave me an opportunity to engage with one of them, which then gave me the opportunity to buy, I won't say a substantial collection, but it wasn't minuscule either. He wasn't the top 3, but he had quite a bit of nice stuff. And his main focus was a lot of the jerseys.
Okay.
So, and jersey cards never always piqued my interest, but as a player collector,
Got to fill those.
you got to fill those. Yeah, you got to fill those gaps. So,
No, that's what I liked about that on eBay. I had one guy that I'd go hard against with Natron means, and I think he still does a little. I don't even know what he'd have for eBay feedback now, but he was a guy that was out like in the DC area, and his name was Means Fan. So I was like, okay. There was times where I try to communicate with him, like, hey, there's a Pacific whatever platinum blue 99 up for a premier date to 62. If you're gonna go after him, how many do you have this already? And he barely answer. If he did, he's like, I'm going after it. Well, I'm gonna bid you up then, because you're not. I'm trying to be a decent person. One of the rare times I'm trying, and it wouldn't work. So I'm like, okay, we're gonna see how much you're gonna pay for it.
right.
Okay. I mean, I made him pay on several cards, and I just pick up the one that showed up next. And it wouldn't matter because, again, with that time frame, everybody was still busting packs. I mean, it was you could still financially do it, not sunk.
Right. I was going to say it was still affordable. And I did the same thing, though. The top, I always consider myself in the top three. I wouldn't gonna, put myself at number one by any stretch of the imagination, or even two. But there was always two other guys, and it really was the low numbered stuff that you could see that when we would go after stuff. And I would do the same thing as you, try and be polite. Hey, serial number to 5, just out of curiosity, I don't know if you've already picked one up, you going after this. And sometimes you get a response, sometimes you wouldn't. And what sucked is if you won it, you knew that they had potentially bid it up.
Yep.
But at the same time, I mean, there was, and this has been a few years ago, there was one time I think I jacked the freaking one of the guys up by like $70. And I'm like, I didn't know if it was him, because you can't communicate with people anymore since they blocked the crap out.
Yep.
But usually if I lose something that I really want, somebody's going to pay for it.
Yeah. That's there's another guy when I started collecting North Cuts, probably near the end of his rookie year. He hadn't done much. And I'm like, okay, now I can jump in. His prices aren't as high as they were at the beginning of the year. Dog and Suds, a guy out of Ohio, and I would be bidding stupid amounts for Northcutt because he was a huge Browns collector. Anybody in the Browns, he was dropping stupid money on him. Travis Prentice, Quincy Morgan, Kevin Johnson, Jijuan Dawson, Aaron Shea, anybody. Just, I mean, if there's like an Aaron Shea to 10, he was bidding like $40, $50 and winning it for like $40, $50. And so, I mean, we would get into the Northcutt stuff, and I remember so many times that Collector's Edge, I think like the T3 had him, it's the personal collection, the Red Egg Dog.
Yep.
But there weren't just one. I mean, it was like literally a film set of him, just like if you took a picture slow or stop motion based of somebody running, they had a card for every like movement. So I mean, there's like got to be 15, 20 one-on-ones. So anything I won, I think, was over $60. So I mean, when you think of regrets, going back to our first episode, that stuff I'm like, should I really have dropped that much on a one-on-one that really isn't a great
one-on-one?
Yeah. But the one good part, I was able to contact and connect with the guy after Northcutt pretty much had gone out of the league, and I was able to pick up that Ultra Masterpiece for like $60, the rookie year one. So I'm like, and I still have his email somewhere in my like old Hotmail like, sports cards folder, and every so often I just message him or email. I say, if you got any more Northcutt things, let me know. Always here to buy them. I'll pay pretty much whatever you got in mind. And, I mean, I'd still pay. I don't know. I think I've got the Flair Showcase one too. But again,
one of the whatever freaking parallel they call it.
Piece.
The
I've
what?
got the legacies. I've got like 3 of the legacies to 20, but I mean, I've got the masterpiece. I think one of them.
Do you?
But I mean, it's all stuff we bid the hell out of each other. I mean, the Topps rookie premiere, the 25.
Oh, the autograph.
I mean, I'd bid like $9,500. I'd still lose to him every time.
So he was buying multiple copies, so, kind of like you.
Killing each other.
Yeah, those would be times in which I'd have a hard time not having buyer's remorse. Although it wasn't about the investment of him. You enjoyed, I mean, you liked him as a player. You had your mindset on him. So to a certain degree, buyer's remorse doesn't come into play. But even then, you're thinking of the amount of money that you invested, and you're still a long-term investor. We talked about this last time. At the end of the day, as a collector, a player collector, set collector, and you're not after all the high ultra modern stuff, you are a long-term investor and hoping that at some point when it's your time, if you plan on collecting all the way until it's your time, when you're 6 feet underground, you hope that you can pass it on to your kids and that they get something worthwhile out of it. Because we're 40. Okay, well, I'm 41, Dave. I don't know how old you are. I know you're close to that.
2 days for 40.
So I was going to say, I know you're close. I mean, even if we live to 75, I mean, that's 30 years from now. Some of the stuff that we have in the collection is already, 23 years old?
Yeah. Well, 25, I'd say.
Well, from 95, it would be 25. Anything, I was like, I'm thinking 97. That's the first thing that popped in my head. But, 20 to 20, we'll say 20 to 27 years because you go Bledsoe in 93. When we're 75, that's 30 years from now, that's vintage. You know what I mean? So, and you can only imagine what the possibilities are of what some of the market would look like.
And that's a tough, not thinking of like, oh, it's going to be, you're going to die in the collection. Who knows what's going to happen to it? Will Naomi part with it, or what will happen, or what will happen? I don't know. But the thing is, like, man, for us putting in all the work, all the efforts, all the avenues, Thompson, eBay, Beckett, Blowout, all the forums, Facebook, anywhere we can go to try to find some cards, we will do that. And to just think that whoever gets it at that point in time, then whatever they do with it, it's just pretty much going to be split up.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not that it matters to us at that point. We're dead, but still. I mean, I plan on getting buried at least with one Josh Johnson, one Northcutt, and one Collins. Because, again, those are my 3 guys that probably McCown, throw it in there in a Brave. So. But those people I've followed for pretty much their whole career and not wavered 1 second. Like, I'm not going to collect. No, I've only spent $10,000 on Collins. Why would I stop now? Who cares? It's like,
right. Well, I've never looked at it from the money perspective. I mean, I think I've focused on that component only on boxes and cases, thinking of that wasted money, especially during that time and what I could have turned that into. I mean, as I said earlier, I don't consider myself a number 1, number 2 type collector of Terrell Davis. I know I have a shit ton, and I'm very proud of what I've accomplished in the amount of time I've collected. But at the same time, it could be that much higher if I would have swapped that focus and that focal point during the time in which I was busting, boxes and cases and doing group breaks and all that other kind of stuff. Because during that time, it seemed some of the rarer stuff seemed a little bit more readily available. because, for whatever reason, people were more willing to part with stuff. And of course, it was cheaper in those times, though, too. But, at the same time, would I go back and change it? No, because I had a hell of it was a lot of fun. I mean, it was a lot of fun. Helped me send out a lot of stuff to people, which, that's what builds the friendships and the relationships, because of the love and the love of the hobby. But at the same time, it's like, crap. Is it possible? Could I have actually had, could I have already had my precious metal? Could I have, some of the PMGs? Could I have had, some of the essential credentials? The low serial number to 5 cards, that type of stuff. Shoulda, coulda, woulda, and, and it's still an if. But if I look back on things during those times, even when I first started YouTube, there was a lot of other things I could have focused on within the collection to even propel it a little bit higher than what it is now.
Yeah, I look back to, I mean, I'm terrible with multiples. You know that. Pretty much anybody that knows what I collect, I'm terrible with buying not just one copy and satisfying that ability to be happy with the one copy only. I could have saved, I don't know how much money by not buying 50 copies of everything.
Yeah, but at least that was more Josh Johnson focused than anything.
Yeah, that is true.
So you didn't do it with everybody else, So I mean, if you did it with all your other collection or your other players, then yeah, that could have been a little excessive.
Collins, I never tried to get more than one, just because I knew he'd have stuff constantly coming out, and I'm like, I gotta sort of, if there's something that's super cheap, maybe. But even then, it's like, I've got the one, I know what it looks like, I'm good. McCown, There's always a few that I wanted to get, like that private stock. I've tried to get more of those because the number 12. And I showed that Shockey early. I love those cards. Mike Walker, I spent way too much on. I thought he was going to be good for Jacksonville. That didn't happen. Johnson, that is hoarding to the extreme for a player collector. I mean, I don't know how many Topps Chrome rookies I've got. The auto, the refractor, I've probably got like 30, 25, 30. That's enough for 500. Probably got a good solid 8 to 10 on the black at 200. 3 or 4 of the reds to 25. I mean, the finest stack, it's probably, of all the parallels in the regular, it's probably 70 cards I've got. And there's like 8 parallels in there. Who else? Jason Morrow. Again, that's the one where I'm like, you know what? I got to stop player collecting. I got to stop because I'm not hitting on anyone. I mean, people aren't even in the league for more than a year. Like, that's just quit that. Let's go back to picking up whatever looks cool, whatever I missed out on from just so tunnel vision for picking up players, and then the inserts, which I've always loved.
Right. And even at that, though, I mean, even that kind of bothers me that you would say, stop, player collecting, because that's who you are.
Yeah, but I think current player.
No, and that's what I was getting to, who gives a crap of these newer guys, these newer rookies, because it's across all sports. You never know what's going to happen. You never know how they're going to pan out. They could have one great year, and then next thing you know, they're gone. At least if you focus on, I don't want to say, focus on Barry Sanders, Emmitt Smith, Troy Aikman, Brett Favre. I know you do Favre. I know you have a small Favre PC and things along those lines. So you stay tried and true with those that had a hell of a career. They were in the league for an extended period of time. the values are never going to go down either. So to a certain degree, and I know this isn't about investing, but it's a safe investment when you stay true to those players who had a decent career. Even if they don't make the Hall of Fame, you focus on the collectability and the those individuals that, you know, liked a certain player. And you do that quite a bit, and I've noticed that really more as of late. But on the flip side, you're also looking for, you know, one of those steals, and you do really well with those because you do the research, you look at stuff, you check the ratios, and you know your snag of the Intimidation Nation, 2 Emmets for $20. You can't go wrong with that. Even though you don't collect Emmett, you still can't go wrong with that. So you taking a different approach and looking at things a little bit different, I think it's going to continue to, you know, allow you the opportunity to just continue to build and build and build and build to where by the time you sit down and really take an opportunity to really look through stuff, you're going to be like, wow. Because I do think the football market is going to have to change. What's going on, Brad? It has to change. Although we see it in a few certain inserts or parallels, it's going to have to expand at some points. It has to.
And the worst part, I think, for football, and I don't think it's a knock against them myself from my own viewpoints. But right now, they've been under their canopy of. It's not even a black cloud. It's just when you get in the media and you start hearing the president compare kneeling to not respecting the country. That just sort of, even if you love football, I've heard it from people here at the grocery store I've talked to. There's a Packers fan, he's like, I don't want to watch the games. These guys are stupid. And it's like, again, we don't have enough time to talk here or there or anywhere about personal beliefs, views, all that stuff. I just think that, and that might even start to trickle in the NBA with what they're trying to do with the Black Lives Matter stuff. I have no problem with any of it. I'm just saying for the NFL, I don't know if it'll ever be as popular as like basketball insert wise because of possibly that, like the I'm not 100% sure, but at the same time, it's something to sort of take into consideration because you got a lot of collectors now that are newer that instead of buying the cards like, hey, this dude on the field does great. No, this dude supports this other guy that kneeled. Who cares? Last time I checked, it was freedom of speech. I mean, and again, we're not going to get the schematics of politics here and what
we don't. That's not what that any of this is about by any stretch of the imagination. No. And I think to a certain degree, I mean, there is that possibility because of, and I don't even want to call it as negativity.
No, it's not.
But you know, there are still varying opinions, and everybody has the right to their opinion. We've had these, you know. I agree.
100%.
So, I think that can play into, you know, some of this. But at the same time, and I think that's also the reason why the NFL is trying to expand their footprint and doing, you know, games in London to try and expand that world footprint because, you know, basketball is in fact global. Baseball is global because you have, you know, the Japanese leagues and things along those lines. People leave playing in the majors because they're not good enough to play in the majors to go play in, the Japanese leagues and things along those lines. With football, there's three options. I mean, you have the NFL, you have the CFL, which they've opted out for upcoming season because of monetary reasons. And then, of course, you had the XFL, which, it had promise. I mean, it really did. Early on, it had promise. It seemed to be doing fairly well. And the fact that they were going to try and leverage it as like a test league for, potential rule changes in the NFL, thought that would have been a great partnership to, look at those opportunities. So to a certain degree, they're trying to find ways to expand it. But at the same time, I still have a hard time thinking that just because it's not as respected, that may not be the right word, but, as renowned, you kind of get where I'm going with this, that would ultimately change the market cap for the demand on some of those cards. I mean, to me personally, I wouldn't consider soccer. And hey, I played soccer. I loved the sport. Okay. I loved it. I played it forever as a kid, hoping that it was actually going to take me to college. That didn't happen because I stopped playing before I got into high school. But soccer is even more well known and popular when it comes to parallels and inserts. Now, granted, it is the newer product. You're not seeing a rush on, 90s versions of soccer cards, because back then it was, indoor soccer. Outside of that, you had the Olympics and stuff like that. I mean, you had World Cup and all that other kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But is it truly just because of popularity? Or is it because people just haven't looked at it the way that we do? I'm just, and this is for anybody who wants to comment too. I'm just kind of curious because I've always, basketball was the first to skyrocket. Mm-hmm. And a lot of it was Jordan. I mean, let's be real. A lot of it was Jordan. Then you had baseball. And now you're starting to see a fairly steep climb, even on the hockey front. Mm-hmm. And I get it. All of those are their world. I get it. I mean, is it? I'm hoping somebody responds because I know where where you're coming from, and to a certain degree, I think that to be true as well. It's one of those in which I would hope that there may be somebody else's opinion or thought as to why football doesn't get the love that the other sports do, and taking into consideration that soccer is ridiculous in certain instances, and all of that is newer stuff. It's not stuff that we show in this podcast.
No, and I've got a few soccer cards. I mean, that was one of the good things about some of these cards, where I'd sit there and have, okay, here's like a select patch out of the 49. I'll buy it for $5. I don't know the dude, but why not? There's the Kaboom. I was looking at one of those cards. Got some James Rodriguez. So it might be pronounced differently. It's from Mexico. But I've got one of those. I don't know what that book's for, but again, I got it for like $10, $11. I don't know what they go for, but again, something, it looks cool enough where it's like, okay, that's worth like a or a hanger pack at Target. If I can't find one of those, I'll buy that for $10. But yeah, I think it's, since we can't even keep all the comments straight because there's so many coming in right now, I think it's just because it's football so much perceived as like an American sport. I mean, when you go Europe, when you say football, what do you think? When
Soccer.
you go South America,
Soccer.
there you go to Africa.
Yep. Still the same.
So that's where I think, and again, it sort of boggles the mind where the Super Bowl's the biggest championship, other than I guess the World Cup. I mean, the World Cup championship game. I gotta imagine both are the ravenous fans for whatever Germany and whoever's playing France. I gotta imagine those people are like willing to slit each other's throats to win the World Cup. When you talk about just a spectacle championship, the Super Bowl is it. Flyovers, famous people doing the national anthem, world-renowned singers at halftime, commercials that cost millions for 30 seconds. And how that doesn't, it translates to a visual stage. People don't even care half the time they're in the game. They don't even know any players. But there again, why wouldn't you think, if it's a visual thing, why wouldn't that come back to insert? Why wouldn't it come back to cards if something's actually something's actually a visual thing where you can pretty much get stuff for pennies on the dollar, considering all the other sports.
Yeah, Brad, I think that's some pretty good points. And that's what's interesting and that's, one of those in which, I mean, to a certain degree, I'm not going to sit here and complain about it because it still gives people like us, Dave and I, for instance, and even you, Brad, because I know you've kind of, with Dave's assistance, been looking at some of the same stuff that we have a tendency to focus on here, to add to your collection because I can't help but think that at some point there is going to be a switch that flips. Don't know when that's going to be. We've seen it on some, but it's because of the astronomical amount of money that they are on the football or on the basketball and the baseball side. If they kind of transition between the two. So it's one of those in which if we're starting to slowly see it trend, then at some point maybe that'll start kind of transferring to other more sought after parallels, more sought after sets. I'm hoping it's still years from now. I mean, I'm not ready to sit there and have to, raise my surrender flag on trying to pick up stuff. But, at some point, you hope that something does change.
But then again, you have to hope that the
but
populace in this hobby has the intelligence and the foresight to go down that path and put their money in that particular category, which with anybody today trying to do anything that you think is logical, that's a challenge in and of itself. I mean, just
well, like Vinny alluded to, I think it's interesting that the way that he words it, if you truly look at ratios, pack pull odds, that ultimately should dictate pricing, market pricing. Beckett at one point, your higher pack pull ratio cards had a pretty substantial value compared to those that, of course, were a lot lower. But at the same time, they were missing, and I still think they're missing this information if I think about this. If you look at rubies, for instance,
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they capture ratios. I don't think they notate pack pull ratios for rubies.
No, I don't believe so.
And I haven't bothered to go back and look. But for something like that, and knowing just from experience, or then again, maybe I just had shitty luck. I don't know. I mean, that's always possible. But to only pull one, and knowing that I opened almost 2 cases years ago when that product was released, nothing. I didn't think so.
Multiplier and then with the number 2.
So it's like there's still some of that I don't want to call it misinformation, but missing information when it comes to ratio should ultimately dictate price and market value for that matter. Because in the 90s, yes, stuff may have been cheaper, but we didn't have group breakers in the 90s. This was all, shops busting product to maybe list singles on eBay or Beckett. Or you had people like us, collectors, buying boxes, opening it, whatever.
Card shows too. I mean, you had card shows on.
Oh, well, you also had a lot more card shops too. So I mean, there was more brick and mortar. So you had a more of an abundance. But at the same time, if stuff wasn't pulled in your area,
Mm-hmm.
you're not going to see them. So when you look at ratios should be the indicator. But for those parallels that, of course, rubies are the exception. They're not highly sought after, which I still don't understand why. And by no means am I an influencer by any stretch of the imagination, but they are so undervalued and underappreciated, even though they're just phenomenal. When you don't have that information from a ratio perspective of how frequent you could pull something like that, there's no way to
quantify like the rarity.
Thank you. See, I love it when you can read my mind.
No, because again, if you say it's like 1 per case or 1 per 2 cases, okay, now I know they're super limited, even with the exception of them being serial numbers. Like, okay, there's 50 of them, but guess what? If there isn't 1 per box, or it's 1 in 360 for a 10-box case or whatever it was, 1 in 720, then okay, now we know how tough they are to find. Not just that they're number 50, it's they're going to be a tough pull no matter what.
Do me a favor, since you have the Beckett right there. Did they have the same? And okay, so raves are numbered to 150.
Supers were at 25.
Do what?
The super rave, I think that was 98.
Yeah, I'm talking 97. Just 97 raves.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's 150. It could be 125. See if it also doesn't notate pack pull ratio. I think those were like 1 a box.
What was that under? Is that Skybox Thunder?
Impact. And they may have been 1 every couple boxes.
One every 36.
Yep. 1 a box. So that I could understand the possibility of not, holding a premium or anything along those lines. So
And I've heard too, and I hate it because, and this has been on some other podcasts where they've had people that are in the know of like the print runs of more current product that's not like a flawless or whatever, it's just like upper deck talk. They don't want to give their numbers away because it lets the competitors or anybody else know how many they're making. Which I'm like, who cares? You've got people literally eating anything you put out from the palm of your hands. Why not have extra information? Because some maybe skeptical people like, I don't know, there might be 8,000 of this Young Guns rookie instead of what I'm thinking.
right,
They're saying maybe like 2,500. Say it's whatever number it is. At some point, and we got into this last time in the last episode, you have to have the consumer, instead of just constantly eating whatever's being put out, question like, hey, I want a little more information so I know that my investment, even if it's a meager one, is going to be something I can sort of feel comfortable about, even if I don't break even on the box or whatever it is. As long as I know, okay, Classic used to have like one of like 60,000 boxes or whatever it was. Way back. This is 92.
oh yeah,
Or Wild Card would have stuff, or all the Collector's Edge. This is only 3,500 boxes produced. At least you knew something. Yet sure, there's the backdoor stuff, but that was afterwards. At the time of the product, you knew most times these companies were transparent enough, like, hey, the finest 93 refractors, you're not going to find one. I think there's only 273 sets.
don't give me the line there, but I know it's limited because they were a bitch to pull.
So, I mean, it's like everybody at the time knew that if not an exact finite number, you had a very good guess on like what this number was going to be. And now it's just throwing darts on like a trampoline. You don't even have a clue because
Right.
nobody was to say anything.
Well, and it's no different though in the TCG world either, though. I know I'm probably going to lose some credibility with some people, but I used to collect Magic. I used to play it in high school, and it was one of those in which I wish I actually still had a lot more of the stuff from when I played in high school. I'd be sitting on a small fortune. But, even in the TCG world, Wizards of the Coast or whoever's producing anything, they're not transparent as it pertains to any production numbers, number of cases, now early on, you knew alpha was limited to so number of sets, beta was limited to so number of sets. But after that, you had no freaking clue. Mm-hmm. And it's almost like this big freaking secret because they don't want the consumer. I wouldn't go that far. I don't think I got more cred. But why inform the consumer? Because at the end of the day, whether they do it to play or they're doing it for investment, increasing the knowledge and passing on that knowledge is actually going to get them to potentially buy more. Mm-hmm. So it's like the adverse effect. If you know that the newest product coming out is only limited to 10,000 cases, that's the entire print run. There is no more restock. There is no reprint. It is 10,000, and we're releasing X number on release date, and then okay, maybe we do a restock later on, but this is what it's capped at. Would you not think that those people who have interest in that product, whether they play, invest, whatever, do you not think that they're going to actually try and get more? Because it is ultimately going to increase in value.
Mhm.
I've never understood the inability for manufacturers to be fully transparent with stuff. Because do they don't think that we can handle that info? I'm trying to understand, what if I was in their shoes, if I worked for them in marketing or whatever, what argument would it take for somebody to convince me not to convey that information? I don't get it.
No, because again, you put out a product. Let's go with again like 97 Skybox Premium. I don't care if you have 10,000 cases, 50,000 cases, 5,000 cases. It doesn't matter. Just let me know how many of those. Let me know what I could expect a ruby to be pulled.
Yep.
Again, if you've got your mathematical wizards and geniuses in the company, slap together some odds, even if it's not going to be your traditional 1 in 36, 1 in 72, 1 in 144.
That's irrelevant. That's irrelevant.
But they're not. That's the thing that they've done over the years now, where they have no odds in the back of the tax. Topps has done decent, but again, with how much product they're pumping out, I want to know how many base cards you're printing.
Right.
Because it just seems like you can fill 20 landfills and you still have more.
So Vinny, I'm going to give you a prime example. Give you a little history lesson on this guy. Trying to think. We'll be in the house 8 years this December. So that goes back to 2012. 2010, I think, is when my divorce was final from my first wife. I still had quite a bit of magic stuff. And at that time, so now you're talking 10 years ago, I had a complete set of Reserved and a near complete set of Arabian Nights. Okay? Going through a divorce, lost my job, was losing my house, all kind of crap that could happen transpired. I sold both of those sets. Okay? I made probably $1,000 between the two of them 10 years ago. Nowadays, that's probably 15 grand that I could have made, if not more. So yeah, missing the boat. I missed the boat then because I was focused on football cards and I still had opportunities to buy sealed product and sit on it and singles and everything else, and I didn't. It's one of those shoulda, coulda, woulda. I mean, but at the same time, that's an area of my collecting years that most people don't know about because it's not something that I readily talk about.
No, that's for me. There's a lot of the sold too early or didn't sell at all, especially with like the Josh Johnson, which I brought up last time. 2011, I could have sold off a ton, made a ton, but I didn't. So like the basketball now that I've got that I don't have much into, don't really care much about, be happy getting it to somebody else.
No. My wife is beautiful.
It just depends on the timing, obviously, but of the timing of your life, what you got going on then. Because again,
Yeah.
a lot of people sell out because whatever's going on with them, myriad of things. And a lot of people buy just because me, I don't go to the bars and waste my money. Don't have a gambling betting on games. I don't have any of those vices or whatever you want to call them. I don't have these other things going on where I don't fish, I don't hunt, I don't have to buy a gun, I don't have to buy ammo, I don't have to buy a pole, a reel, a license, bait, boat, wheelers, all this other stuff. So whatever expendable income I have, I try to just dump it back into cards because
Awesome.
A, I like it. B, I know something about it. I pretend to know something about it. And C, in my mind, I always go back to being like a teenager.
Right.
And that's
So you want to talk
having.
about other hobbies? That's probably not showing up very well.
What the hell is that?
Paintball.
Okay.
So that's my issue. And my wife and I both play, so we're getting back into it. It's been a few years because it wasn't ever financially in the budget.
A few years is an understatement.
Okay, so it's been 10 years. Shut up.
Exactly.
Now my kid's over here piping in. But, I have interests in a lot of things. And, I always go back to cards. That's because it takes me back to my childhood. It takes me back to those fond memories. And, as we talked about in the first episode, my grandmother. My grandmother is the reason who got me involved in sports. And then was really the first one that started purchasing packs and stuff. So it started becoming something consistent. She's the one who took me to the card shop. It wasn't my mom. It was always my grandmother. And, it takes me back to the good old years of, being a kid and being carefree and not having any cares in the world. So I always come back to what I know best. And that's always going to be the case because I can't afford Magic. I mean, I could afford the newer stuff and be able to sit on it for a time, but most people these days do it as an investment. And Magic was all about building sets for me. And then those few decks when I actually played. But outside of that, I'm not into the whole investment type thing. Although those people who have done it and stayed true to form, stay the course, long-term investment, they've made decent money. It's just like, expanding your portfolio if you're playing the stock market. It's no different. Have multiple avenues in where you are investing. So I know that's a little off topic, but
I said that, I don't know where it was on one of the podcasts. I said, instead of just, like, you like Terrell Davis, 100% fine. I like pretty much anything that shines. And that's why I always go with, the diversify your portfolio. You never know what's going to hit, what's not going to hit.
Wow.
Yeah, that. Well, I wouldn't publicly announce that, Bob. That could be trouble for you. Not only for Brad's niece, but everybody.
Yeah, but
But
then
that's
again,
some of these players. Just because, again, you look at the buy-in. The Siakam Gem Mint 10 was like a $10 card. It's risen a bit.
a bit. Are we really gonna, downplay it a bit?
About 180 times.
I mean, come on.
200 times above what I got it for. So again, there's stuff like that where, and I'm not an investor per se. That stuff is just like, oh, it's cool. Most of it's been sitting in a box, or I just try to shuffle it around and organize it. But it's not like I'm sitting there and like, when are these gonna pop and jump up in value? It's like the Luka Donruss rookies are going between 120 and 150. Donruss, not Topps Chrome, not
Yep.
Finest, not something like that. Tops or Donruss.
I get it.
So it's just like I thought that's like a $10, $15 card, and I look it up and that's insanity. So if I can parlay those cards, which I have no real connection with. I mean, they're cool. Some like the Kobe jersey, that's a cool card, but again, it's nothing I care about. The Durant auto out of the grouping is probably my favorite card. But again, if that's going for 100, I know I got it for 55
Right.
a couple weeks ago. So I mean, it's like, put those, if I can get this, work out a deal, put those funds into something that will probably drop people's jaws. I'm fairly good at that. I found that out where if I sell something, I can buy something, at least to most people, as impressive or more impressive than what I sold or traded away.
Well, for some of us, that is an accurate statement. Those who can appreciate the scarcity, the rarity, things along those lines. And I still go back to the freaking absolute quad. I mean, you sent the text, and of course I'm sitting there going, okay, I'm intrigued. It's like, okay, why are you going to sit there and send me this text message? Now I'm going to sit here and wait and wonder what the hell you're going to come back with.
This is true.
Because, you've picked up some phenomenal stuff over these past few months. I mean, it's just, and thank goodness there's been a lot more football because I can only handle the hockey so much. But I can appreciate it. Because it as a 90s insert guy, I can appreciate it. So I get it. But I struggle watching them because it's like, holy cow, give me some more football to watch. And then, of course, you sent me the picture. And like I told you, what was my first question? Is that the gold star?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, holy crap.
You asked too, what are you getting? Which part of the trade what are you giving up?
Well, yeah, because I wanted to know what that was too. But when you sent the picture, the first thing I asked, is that the gold star? And then it's like, okay, what are you trading? And then I'm like, oh yeah, all day long. Would you like me to throw in some more stuff? Could we have made this trade in 2011, even when Cam Newton, was, kind of, busting it up? I'm like, could we have made the trade in 2011? I mean, I would have jumped all over that in an instant. I would have been scared to sit there and say, "Are you sure? I mean, are you sure this is you're good with this?"
And the Bledsoe auto on top of that too.
You got that for free.
Mhm.
I mean, you got that for free. That was a freebie. That was like a throw-in. But at the same time, you know, me giving you a little bit of extra insight, I guess, and showing you the Terrell Davis that, you know, I missed out on. I was like, he's basing that trade or that value based on this. Because you looked at what he said, roughly what the value was. It's exactly what it sold for.
Yep.
The one you got is the highest card, the highest value card in the set.
By like twice the second card, or even more.
Yes. So the fact that, you know, that's what he was basing it on, it's like, I don't want to talk bad about the guy, but he didn't realize truly what he had.
Mhm.
And I'm not saying that you gave him crap. It's stuff that he wanted. It's stuff that he was interested in. He got more than what I would consider good, fair value.
Yep.
You didn't rip him off, but at the same time, he didn't realize the rarity of what he had.
You want to see something creepy?
What is that?
It's Pinocchio.
Yeah, that's a little freaky.
Also, this one had instructions and that one didn't.
Well, so you did good. You put it together.
The hat won't go on because this part's too big and I don't know why. It's really bothering me.
My kid's over here putting together 3D puzzles. Keep mine occupied. Is there an appeal of inserts of players from their rookie year, even though it's not a rookie? Depends on who you ask, Bob.
I think we talked about it, Bob, the other night. The Topps redemption for like the Kobe rookie year, those prismatic atomic refractor, they're not what you consider the true rookie of the basketball. That basketball had the white border, and then they had like the 50th anniversary foil, and Topps Chrome had that refractor. Those redemptions, I think, were 1 in 36. As I told you, I absolutely love them. I found today that Allen Iverson I've got. I still regret trading the Kobe, but that one in particular would be a big one that I really enjoy, even if it's, I'm trying to think, John Wallace, even if it's a New York Bond, those are such cool cards for me. Just because you saw like the comics, the kind of paper top, the Bowman Fest, or the Grinder in the comic wasn't really that behind, but I mean, that would be one that I think of being a big one. The 92 representation, Frank Thomas at the time, for that whole set was white hot because it was jumbo pack only. So, I mean, you had the Frank Thomas. I know he didn't have, I don't think he might have the clear base card. That base clear card is green and craft. Unlike the 91 yellow.
Since that's what we talked about last time. I think sorry, Dave, I didn't mean to cut you off.
The Pinnacle, again, I'm trying to think the Pinnacle, but again, they didn't have the rookies, the Bledsoe rookie, the Rick Meyer, the Bettis, Curtis Conway, Mario Bates was a year later, Stubblefield, all that class, those Pinnacle rookies inserts. Even though they didn't have a regular rookie, I don't believe, those things were immensely popular. Selected, but I don't remember Pinnacle having true rookies that.
Oh, you're trying to like make me go way back in my mind. You'd probably be better off doing a search in the Beckett, but I think there is certain appeal, but it depends on if you truly are thinking, if you're really asking about appeal or collectability, then there is some to certain individuals. However, if you're talking about market appeal or, market price, market, anything along those lines, then it all depends on the insert. So if it's something that's well known, let's say a rookie sensation, there is some appeal to those because it's a known insert. But at the same time, most inserts are not going to hold the value, so to speak, or the saleability. I mean, you can sell them, don't get me wrong, but you're not going to get near the price that you would for like I don't want to use the term flagship rookie, but a standard rookie card. Parallels, you may see an increase depending on the rarity.
What color, Brad? Is the bronze, silver, or gold? And I'd say the Shaq Beam team rookie year, that still sells fairly well. So
Oh, yeah.
I picked that one up, and I'm like, well, I'm not going to be doing that unless I really want to splurge.
The all rookie team, I think, is the Shaq all rookie team with all the TV screens and stuff in the back. Raw, it's still reasonable. I love that card. It's still reasonable. Graded, good luck.
Oh, that was another steal from one of the Facebook auctions. I think I picked that one up for under $5 raw, and that was like $100 card back in the day every time out. At least
it's good, and I'm still pissed off at this. I pulled that damn card in 92. I pulled it. And I know I didn't do anything with it, and I can't fucking find it. One of my all-time favorite cards. I pulled both the Shaq and the Alonzo.
That set was so hot back then.
Oh, it was huge. It was huge. So what'd you find out? He said bronze. What was the ratio?
For $20. I think what did it say? One for some kind of deck, which again I don't. Pinnacle had some wonky. This was one in every $14.99 Express Metalworks special box.
So I'm guessing some kind of an exclusive thing then.
Like it says, one per master deck. Which again, that goes back to like the Magic the Gathering or that type of where you get the deck. Where I don't know if that was just like a bunch of cards in there. And then you got the one bronze card.
It's still a cool card. Just FYI, Brad, that thing is heavy as hell.
Yeah. It's going to be heavier than your wallet. And I know you carry a lot of money in there, so we're talking really heavy.
I mean, you will be surprised the weight of that card.
Yeah, it's like paperweight.
Yeah, that's probably a good analogy to use. I mean, it is heavy.
And I know it's a base rookie card that still sells okay. I mean, you still can pick some up for cheap. Graded, good luck, because it's got that black border, but the 92-93 Shaq upper deck, that is...
Oh, the draft one, the actual, like the redemption with the 3, yep. I have that too. That's the 1 year, 92, 93, 93, 94. I didn't do a whole lot of football, but I did a lot of basketball. And actually, if I go back, I actually did 90 and 91. And I did all retail in 90, 91. But then again, during that time, most everything that was retail was also hobby. There was only minor changes depending on some of the brands. But 92, 93, I have like oodles and oodles of Shaq rookies between Upper Deck and Hoops. And, I only wish there was Topps Chrome back in those days because I probably would have had a crap ton of those too. But, I kept all my Shaqs, kept all my mornings, and then 93, 94 was Weber and Penny. And I still have them all. I never bothered to do anything with them.
I remember draft picks, and the hoops used to have like the little rookie ribbon. You remember in the silver border for David Robinson's second year, the 90-91s? It had that little rookie, and then it had like a little ribbon or some kind of thing on there. 'Cause that was what I thought was his rookie before actually finding out. I get this way back when I was a kid, when he had the hoops holding up the Spurs jersey or whatever it was, the white border from 89, 90. But yeah, I remember that rookie, and I think Lear had like a connotation in the bottom corner, like a rookie.
See, I was trying to think of any of the other brands because I remember Hoops. I had a lot of.
Later, Bob.
Have a good one, man. I opened quite a bit of that too, and thinking that was Robinson's rookie, but that was the notation. But the rookies that year technically were the draft picks because that was Kendall. Was it Kendall Gill?
Derek Coleman.
Derek Coleman was the other big one. I don't remember any of the other ones. But it's interesting how basketball did their stuff compared to, like we'll call it flagship Tops and the rookie cup. That was always what you looked for from a Tops perspective for rookies. But even then, in football, but I was kind of deviating from football for once, which I know is kind of crazy. But even then, even with the rookie cups for baseball, for instance, there was a lot of instances in which that wasn't their rookie card; it was their first Tops card.
Mm-hmm.
So then you add that extra level of complexity to, okay, what's actually considered so-and-so's rookie? Was it because it said future stars or was it the rookie cup? It just too many. And once you figured it out, it was easy to follow. Don't get me wrong. But at the same time, the whole objective from card collecting was all about kids. I mean, let's be realistic. Most of us started as kids, and that was, only a few of us who started collecting as kids actually carried it on to our adult life. Most of the time, you kind of grow out of it. But why make it confusing? Why would you want to sit there and go, okay, well, the rookie cup actually indicates their first Tops card, but yet the future stars notation, because I can remember in 87, it was across the bottom because Bo Jackson was in 87, and then 88, it was notated across the top. For whatever reason, those are the 2 years that stick out in my mind. But that was early on in my collecting years, though, too, and because Tops was so damn cheap,
Everywhere.
I opened a lot of Tops.
And that was time too, before all that stupid licensing and what's really a rookie as a rookie came into play in like 2006. It's like you could have Verlander in 2005 Bowman draft, but and Prestige and Upper Deck Reflections, all this other stuff. Those are considered rookies. 2006, that wouldn't be unless he had made his debut, which he did. But let's say he was still in the minors 2006. You wouldn't have any cards because then you had the thing where you had to make your debut and have that little stupid rookie logo on the bottom corner. That all of a sudden, that's basically what the hobby's about. Kirby Puckett's rookie's the 84 clear update. I always think,
by rule of thumb, absolutely. But I always think of 85 Fleer.
I know, and it's just, so. And then when they had the XRC, I'm like, I don't need an extended rookie card. Stop it. You're just confusing everyone. Nobody knows what's going on. I
Well,
like
look,
when just had the super rookie for football or hockey.
well, and go back to USFL.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you had 84 and 85 USFL, and those were the XRCs, but yet when they actually started playing in the NFL, they had NFL rookies.
Mm-hmm.
But, you didn't start seeing the cups in the future star or the super rookie, star rookie, any of those notations until later on in the 90s. Because you look at, 84, 84 tops, Marino Elway. There's nowhere notation that that's their rookie card.
No.
Joe Montana. Granted, his rookie card's 81, but that's not his rookie year.
No.
That's his first produced card. And that's always where, you kind of sit there and you scratch your head and you're going, okay, I did this because I wanted to collect cards of players, these grown men that play these games that, I loved as a kid and played as a kid, maybe played in school or whatever, and hoping that I would, get the opportunity to play professional sports. But as somebody who's coming in trying to collect, and this is what's hard, a lot of the newer people, things are, I don't want to say they're more simplified. There's still some complexities with, rookie debut over rookie card, there's still some of those deviations. But to try and explain something to somebody who collected in the 80s through the ages, through, 2010, 2011, and try and explain to them all these deviations and variations pertaining to XRC, first rookie card, first tops, they look at you like, what the hell are you talking about? You want to try and explain to me what it's like to collect cards, and you're throwing this crap at me? No, I don't get it. That's too confusing.
No, where Chipper Jones had the 91.
The struggle is real.
He had those were his rookie cards. Then he had a 92 Bowman, 93. Then you have like the 93 Pinnacle or whatever. Then you have like the prospect on the card, or like Future Star. It's like, no, you can't have a guy like in his third or fourth year being like a future star or a prospect when he's already had 3 years, 4 years of cards, 2 of which have been in the majors. It's like, yeah, I mean, he might get hurt. That screws everything up, but still, you don't need to have. Because there's somebody else I remember looking at the back of the 88 score, and I think he had been in the majors, again, cups of coffee for 85, 86, and 87. And I looked, I'm like, why is this guy a prospect? He's already been in the majors 3 years in a row. Even with limited time.
He's still there.
Yeah. How is that? How is he still a prospect? How does that even? How can you say that? So I don't know. It's.
Well, and I think that's also why I stayed true to football, and every once in a while may route to basketball because it's one of those in which typically the rookie notations were very easy to follow in my main collecting years. Baseball just confused the shit out of me especially when you started adding, your regular, for instance, your regular Bowman and then your Bowman draft. And then it's like, okay, wait a minute. You've got the same players crossing the same thing. Well, help me understand why this is considered a true rookie and this is also considered a true rookie, but it's 2 different years. I never understood any of that.
No, once Bowman started doing like the first draft or the first Bowman card in 97, 96. 96 or 97, it's just like, I don't get it anymore. It's everybody has 7 rookie cards in 3 different years. I don't know. Just tell me which one's the rookie card that I need to look at.
Right. Well, and that's, you want to bring in new collectors, you want to bring in new money, find ways to standardize something. Quit adding to the confusion, make it simple. Keep it simple, stupid. That truly is the philosophy, but at the same time, and we've said this before, it boils down to this, and any other way that they can increase the revenue stream, they're going to do it. And that even kind of takes me back to where I alluded to in the first podcast. I'd love for Topps Chrome football to come back, but I'd rather it come back the way that it used to be. Get out of the autographs, the rookie patch autographs, the rookie patch refract. Go back, base set with your rookies, your refractors. I'll even say black refractors are okay. I mean, I can go to that extreme. Your inserts, and then your refractor version of said inserts. That's all you need. You don't need anything else. Because let's face it, and don't hold me to this, an 05 Topps Chrome Aaron Rodgers graded PSA 10, 9.5, whichever one is your preference, sells damn near close to the amount of some of your autograph rookies and or your patch autograph rookies when they started doing that. So there's still the collectability of a base rookie or rookie refractor as there is to have the whole autograph and patch autograph variation. Who gives a crap?
Well, I like that to be okay. You can have tops, you can have your whatever gold parallel, your black parallel.
I like those,
and maybe the silver, the 101 platinum, whatever. I don't care. That's fine. You can have more like the tops, with the rookie debut autos, like the Premier Day or Premier Rookie. Have that. I like Chrome as like just a meat and potatoes. That's what you get, because guess what? In every other Topps product, guess what you're going to get? Patches, autos, stupid serial numbering, 50 different refractors. Just keep Chrome as something that's real basic but really appealing. And then they wouldn't. It'd be like 70 wave parallels, some sort of hyper plaid, spasmatic, whatever. Like, you don't need that. You're just cards.
Yeah, they oversaturated it with the varying parallels, and it's one of those in which I know there are some individuals that love rainbows. Hey, I'm one of them. I'll be the first one to admit it. It's something. It's a challenge. If you truly are going to go full rainbow, all the way up through the 101 parallel or anything along those lines.
Yeah.
I like that hunt too. But at the same time, if to do it every year and then add some additional ones the following year, that's to where it gets a little excessive. And I think I mean, I have one, was it the first or second year of Prism football? I think I have them all but the 101. And I don't know if I even ever saw it. I mean, it was fun. I mean, it really was. But at the same time, I just don't understand the need for it outside of the given of they have to find ways to recoup some of the cost that it takes to manufacture and, design and changing of some of the technology that allows for some of that varying swirls and all that kind of stuff to display on cards. But, at the same time, to me, you increase that number of variations, all you're doing is also increasing your print runs because you have to print more product in order to allow for that number of varying parallels to be across all hobby and retail. I mean, that's a lot of product to be printing.
Then you throw in, okay, now there's like a white sparkle in the Black Friday packs. There's a green shimmer in your Father's Day packs. A red juicy fruit in your Mother's Day packs. Whatever it is. Then those are numbered to 7 or 6. So the stated print runs of 11, 4. So now you've got, instead of, let's say, 8 to 10 manageable parallels to pull or chase, plus the 101. Now you're throwing in 10 to 15 others. You don't even know what it looks like because half the stuff it looks similar. There's a disco and like a white something from 2017. I've got them accounts. I can't tell the difference between either. They look basically the same. But they're supposed to be limited to like 10 or 20 or 7. I don't know. And that's the worst part of it. Because it's like, oh, I don't know how many are out there. Well, no, you do. You're just wanting to feed into the frenzied hype of your product. So somebody buys a Mahomes or a Juju Smith-Schuster or Watson, Trubisky or whoever else. I mean, it's, how many are printed. You know how many are out there. But
Well, yeah, it's like it was just called out, the exclusive retail versions, your Walmart and your Target version, as those specific parallels. It's gotten to the point to where it's overwhelming. And as a collector, future collector, trying to get somebody into collecting, whether it be your kid or having a conversation with a coworker or a friend, in somehow, shape, form, or fashion, they express interest in card collecting. But to sit there and try and present it in a way to where they're not like, excuse me, you mean I have to understand this, that it's very hard, and it takes, years ago, it was one of those in which, okay, you could sit down and say, okay, you want to collect cards? Okay. These are the supplies that you're going to need. You're going to need your trusty Beckett. Of course, not this one, but your trusty Beckett. You're going to need your supplies. You're going to need some money. You go to the store. Here's the packs. Pick your sport. Look at the back of the pack. Tells you your odds of things so you can kind of get an idea. Pick and choose. Start opening them, and then you can start going through some of the more detailed aspects. You can't do that. Not with all the stuff going on. You can't do that.
no. First, you can't go to retail and find anything.
Well, right now you can't. That's yeah.
You go to like a brick and mortar. Somebody's gonna be like, "How much for that flawless briefcase? How much for this immaculate box?"
Yeah, and there's how many cards in that pack of flawless? And you want what? Okay, wait a minute. I used to collect years ago, and a box was, $50, $60, and it contained, 36 packs. Well, times have changed, my friend.
Yeah, that's why I'm glad I've stuck with collecting through the years. Because I mean, I'd hate to be someday. Oh, I remember the Griffey '92 Elite or '91 Elite. Man, that was a great card. That was like $100 back then. Well, a raw copy's like 120 now. It only went up that much. Well, if it's a graded 10, that's like a $2,500 card or whatever.
Or
Like,
more. Yeah.
what? I mean, you're gonna just throw these people for a loop, and unless they really care about getting back in, which you start learning about everything that's changed, and like, I'll just look at eBay and just start looking up people. I'll do that instead.
Yeah, because there's additional complexities, grading, as you mentioned, and I don't know how anybody, especially, since this is supposed to be a kid thing, okay? Card collecting was supposed to be a kid thing. It's no longer a kid thing. It's a grown-up thing.
Yes.
I don't know. And I think that's sad to a certain degree, because if you want to keep something going, you have to continually bring in new blood. And if kids can't understand it because of the complexities and things along those lines, it's at some point, it's only going to be us old farts that are doing this. And then once we all kick the bucket, what's going to happen? There's always going to be investors and things along those lines. I mean, we all know that. But, when all of us collectors kick the bucket, and there's only a small handful of young people, the hobby's going to die.
And it's odd because, again, I know they've got their good little apps and all this other BS. That's something, again, for pretty much everybody that's our age, or I'd say probably like 25 and older, 25, 30-ish, somewhere in there. That, like the tops, what is it, a Blitz app or Panini's, whatever. All these apps. Why would you want a card that's not real? Some of them they will. You have to buy, or if it's in your, I think in your portfolio, you can pay from to be produced, but not all of them. So I mean, you could get a sick patch, and that card's not going to get produced. Why wouldn't you want a tangible good for the money you're paying? That'll be something I will. You can explain it to me in any direction you want, from any viewpoint, any side of whatever argument you can come up with. That will never, ever be something I'd be like, oh, I'd rather have it on my phone than in my hand. No.
So I have all three. Well, there's more than three, because I think they do hockey. It doesn't matter. I have Star Wars, Bunt, and football Tops apps, digital apps on my phone. Of course, Tops even lost their license for the Players Association, so they can't produce any new stuff. Even digitally, they can't produce any new stuff. And, I spent a few bucks here and there across all the apps to, open some stuff. But it's one of those in which most of the time I do all the free stuff
Mm-hmm.
and I at least get the pack opening vibe. And yeah, I get some autos here and there and stuff along those lines, but it's because I do it to pass time. But since I'm not opening packs and stuff anymore either, it's almost as good. It's not quite there, but it's almost as good. But to do like the blockchain stuff that they've been doing and things along those lines, people spending hundreds of dollars, hundreds and hundreds of dollars for something non-tangible, I'm right there with you. That is something that I cannot grasp my hands around either. Because I know that there are some people that, sell their digital collections on eBay through the various Tops apps. I get it. Somebody buys it, they pay cash money for it. Something that you may not have paid a damn thing for. And you exchange usernames, you do it via trade, you call it done. But if most people aren't paying hundreds of dollars for that stuff either. This blockchain stuff, to see some of the prices, it's like, are you freaking kidding me? It's not real.
No.
It's not real. And even if they make it, even if there's that ability to make it or whatnot, my guess is, with you talking about the possibility of, the patch itself, they ain't making any of those. They can make the autographs or anything along those lines. But, a lot of the ones that I've seen that came out of Flawless that have been redeemed digitally, they look the same as the card that you could buy from somebody else that's tangible. Dave.
No, I get where you want to get kids somehow in the hobby,
but not to. You can't do that for something that's costing hundreds of dollars.
I know that. I'm just saying through the app. That's because again, if you can't find retail anywhere, mom and pop, they're halfway smart, aren't going to drop $250 on a box, 1,500, $2,000 on a Flawless briefcase. But yeah, when kids don't have that feeling of actually opening packs, huddled with like their friends, it's I can swipe or whatever on the phone. It's like, no, that's not even for us. That'd be great just to well, I killed some time busting a pack of whatever. But for a kid, if that's like his main collection, if he goes to like a card show, imagine the dealer like, "What are you looking for, kid?" "Well, I got this collection." "Oh, where is it?" "You got nothing
Yep.
on your phone." "Well, no, they're on my phone."
No.
I don't even want to be in the state that is actually occurring in, because I don't even know what I would do as a patron of the card show. I'd be like, "Are you fucking kidding me?"
Yeah, and I'm sorry, no disrespect, but this ain't worth shit.
Yeah.
And the fact that, and this is for those who care, whether or not anybody has it or not, the maximum number of cards you can trade at a time is 9. So if you've, compiled a collection over a few years and you have, 20,000 cards in said collection, that That's like an all-day affair to sit there and quote unquote trade that entire collection to somebody else. Most people wouldn't put forth the effort, not to mention, hey, you got 20,000 cards. Okay, so I see you got, 100 autographs, and you've got some good name people in here. But since I can't physically touch it, just for the autographs, I'll give you $5.
Yeah, that's something I hope would go away. But in this day and age, it's only going to get worse.
Well, and if you think about it, the whole blockchain stuff, they're leveraging it as, like a test just to kind of see. But the question ultimately becomes, depending on the level of success with this test run, this test issue, are they looking at going fully digital? And then maybe limiting the number of the print run, so to speak, to where yes, you could get the physical card, but yet in order to save some expense of distribution of case boxes, packaging, that type of stuff, basically you purchase it on their website at X number of or X dollars, pull your cards. This is what you pulled out of your box or your pack. And now you can make the determination of, you know what, I want this one. I want you to ship this one. I want you to ship this one. I want you to ship this one. So it limits the amount that they actually produce.
I don't think that'll happen anytime soon. The heat in the hobby right now, it's just you, like Vinny said, that you've got breakers that are just
Killing
that's
it.
that's the money pipeline for all these the companies like Panini is just making hand over fist right now, and I can't see unless like this bubble bursts. That would be something they might consider because again, let's say everything just goes to hell. Guess what? You're going to have to try to cut costs any way possible. That'd probably be the first thing to do. Not have such a big physical footprint in the hobby.
Yeah, but on the flip side, it's also one of those in which, and I was just throwing that out, as a speculation.
Oh yeah.
You're not going to get rid of. That means you're going to take distributors out of business. You're going to take those few brick and mortar stores potentially out of business. Do they start going to retail only distribution? Because they make more money through retail because the smaller pack configurations and things along those lines. So it's like there's a lot of things that kind of come to mind of, what's this really going to look like 5 years from now, 10 years from now? What are they going to do to continue to maintain what they have been for so long, but at the same time keeping us collectors interested? Not me per se, but others interested in continuing to want to purchase the product and everything else. So I don't know. Interesting times to say the least.
Yeah, it's again when you have this going on constantly.
Yeah.
Constantly. I don't know. It just that's what makes you think like, well, why should I sit in line at Target to get one box, or why not spend some of that money on inserts?
Well, and that's why I know you always say, I picked this one up for the price of a blaster. In putting those things in perspective, because, you know, since there is a higher focus on, the retail stuff, because, a lot of the hobby is priced, most of the hobby stuff, people are priced out of the market these days. Why not continue to have that comparison to just put things in a different perspective? Because, a lot of us now, I don't do the shopping. I don't go, stock the Targets and the Walmarts looking for retail, even though maybe I should have. I mean, I live technically in a small town.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I'm not far from a college town either. But it's one of those in which I'd have I don't know. It'd be nice to have, a potential additional revenue stream, I guess, to a certain degree. But on the flip side, I think my conscience would probably get the best of me knowing that I spent, $20 on something and yet I can sell it for hundreds. I know that sounds crazy because businesses do it all the time. And I'm not opposed to those people who are able to do that. For me, I've thought about it. If I could find it, I've thought about it, but I don't know if I could. I'd want to open it.
That's same here. I mean, I wouldn't. The thing I couldn't do is like raid the shelf of everything. Even though I probably should, there's money to be had. I just couldn't because I don't. That's not something I care about. I mean, I'd rip a couple blasters and be like, okay, there's my experience for ripping stuff open, and I'm good. I don't need to have 40 blasters, a Panini Prism, whatever, selling them at 70 to $100 a pop. Yes, it's quick money, but at the same time, I don't know when those chargebacks are coming for somebody to pull a Zion or somebody to pull a Jaw, or whatever it is. Because I mean, people are getting burned left and right.
Oh yeah, well, people are finding ways to reseal stuff, and you always have to deal with that, no matter what. And that's always the concern because return policies are very lax. I know Walmart, and I can speak for Walmart. Because of that influx of resealing and stuff along those lines, they've implemented rules to where there's no returns on stuff like that, which is wise because people were in fact stealing, and they were allowing it to happen because of their return policy. But yet they didn't think of it as though individuals were stealing.
No.
So
That's why just stick with the inserts, stick with the parallels. If you want, stick with maybe some of those older veteran patches that are actually game used. Some of that stuff was pretty cool in the early 2000s. Some of that 96, 97, 98 Upper Deck jersey cards. I mean, there's the new hobby, the recent years of the hobby have been not disconcerting, but just more away from what the hobby's supposed to be about than what the hobby should be. And I don't know, it's tiresome, but that's why a lot of us stick to stuff that's older, because that makes us feel good about ourselves. Because again, most of what we collect in that time frame is either stuff we remember vividly, or we remember vividly not being able to afford. because the stuff was so, we didn't have jobs that could provide us with the income necessary for those cards. So again, that's the stuff I stick with. I'd rather stick with that stuff. If I buy something new, it's just on a whim. Um, Maybe again, if there's deals to be had, I'll try to find them, try to capitalize on them. I know you're the same way, but yeah, just we always say collect what you like what you collect, or love what you collect. Otherwise, why collect?
Yep. And enjoy it. I mean, remember, enjoy it. This is a hobby. This is supposed to be a hobby. It's supposed to be enjoyable.
No, I think that bubble popped last. That shocking. I can't believe that people didn't see that one coming.
What?
That Project 2020,
Oh,
where all those artists, it was basically like an ETOPS thing, just
I
depending on.
I think it was a cool idea. I mean, it at the time it it did things a little bit different. So I thought it was innovative. But looking at some of the prices that some of that stuff ended up selling for, that's about
Yeah,
ridiculous.
when that stuff is a buy-in of what, like $18 or 15 if you buy what 10 or 20 or whatever the quantity was. Like that stuff would not be going for 4, 6, 8 grand any time of the week.
Yeah, it's just crazy. Crazy, crazy. But then again,
The times we live in.
yep, absolutely.
But I suppose been talking on here for a little bit now.
Yeah, this one's longer than the first one.
Yeah, 20 minutes. Just as we expected, or as we planned it out to be.
Sure.
I think we covered the topics. Once again, rambled on a little bit of other stuff too, but actually had some topics to go on, and a little banner thing on the screen seemed to help a little bit. So that's fun. That actually, it's nice to have that and get some people, and at least keep somewhat of a sense of focus. I mean,
Well, it's hard. It's hard for us to always stay fully on topic, just because we like to go off different paths. But at the same time, the interaction was really good tonight. We had some great questions, which always makes things easier to talk through as we kind of progress. So, well, that's the whole purpose of this. We do rely on those to, dude. I hear you. We do rely on those that are here watching, to ask questions, to interact, and add substance to what we're talking about. Whether, because even though we try and focus specifically on football, at the same time that can transition over to some of the other sports though too. And although I don't have vast knowledge in hockey, I can admit that I will never have vast knowledge in hockey. I know players, but it's interesting to look at it as a whole across the various sports and things along those lines too. So the more you guys interact, the more questions that you ask, the easier it is for us to try and have conversations.
Well, then answer any of the questions that you got a question that you don't know truly. It's like, I'm dumbfounded. If we can answer it for you, that's one more person we've helped. So,
Absolutely.
again, if they got comments, criticism, whatever, you just because I don't think the chat transferred last time, and I don't know if that does or not. But if you have, for anybody watching in the room now or later on afterwards, after it's uploaded, you got anything you want to comment on, congratulate, criticize, drop the comment below. I'm not going to say smash the like button. I don't care for any of that. Just, you let us know what you want. Even if you don't want to watch, just let us know something that, like, hey, I want to know about this. Why not have a topic about that? Because again, it's mostly going to be geared towards inserts, parallels from the 90s, early 2000s, but at the same time, you can tell we get off on other subjects, but it's all car related most of the time. So I mean,
Yep.
your input out there is going to be vital for it to keep going. I mean, we can keep going for hours, days, and years, but I mean, something that's going to be interesting and people are going to want to tune into at least every so often.
Nope.
I mean,
Completely agree, Dave. The more information you can bring to the table, the more suggestions, more topics. So far, we've been really doing this in our interactions and kind of coming up with, areas in which we feel can, get y'all involved and, ask questions and, bring up certain things from your collecting years or from your experience and things along those lines. But, at the same time, we can't always think of everything as much as what we'd love to. It's not always feasible. But the more you bring to the table, the more we'll make sure that we get you more involved in future broadcast, podcast, whatever we want to call it.
Yeah, you guys let us know what you want. We're going to put that forward and we can just go from there. See the path takes us.
Absolutely.
So for another wonderful episode of the Insert Revolution podcast. That's Steve.
I'm not even going to try because I messed that up.
And remember, building collections, that's great. Building relationships and friendships, that's what this hobby should be about. Good night, everyone.
Good night.